Dear diary, I've been searching for a higher me. I'm in the sky in the pilot seat, trying to stop my mind from spiraling. And that's irony. I'm just looking for a resolution. I just wanna be a better human, but it's hard when everybody's acting stupid. Pardon me if that came off rude. I just have a bad attitude with the world and not just with you. It's the side effects of abuse. I admit I'm a little strange. I don't think that I'll ever change. I survived a whole life of pain. You could say I escaped my fate. I'm a cynical, egotistical, unpredictable, hardened criminal, and I could be a little hypocritical, but I'll admit it straight to your face. I'm unbreakable, irreplaceable, undeniably inspirational. I use everything I had available to make me the person I am today. Dear diary, I just just had another wild dream. I was in a world that admired me, and when I woke up I was smiling, and that's irony. That's irony.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. We'll be starting it off here in just a couple minutes. Get yourself something to drink, get some popcorn. We got 5 to go over today, and if time permits, I'm going to do a little bit of a studio session and record my tips and guide for the one I did for the Game Jam, so people who are running it have a quick video to look at. For those who don't know, over the years I have made what I call plotted adventures. They are what's the best way to describe them? They are a plot web with audio guided notes to help you get through your first session prep up for that game. We'll be starting off here in about a little under 4 minutes, actually. I started the clock a little late. We have our lower thirds on. We'll be able to shoot the shit and talk. This is the link to the Game Jam for myself, and then there's also a link in there to go look at all the other ones that are available. We had a ton of entries. This is my first year doing this with Game Jam, so we got a lot to go over.
You wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Here's Santa Monica. I swear it's
This is Lauren Babick covering Pink Pony Club. Don't worry, it turns metal like all this stuff in this channel.
she sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a big pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun. On the stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Big Pony Club. Big Pony Club. I'm loving always on my mind. And mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away saying, God, what have you done? You're a big party girl, and you dance at the club. Oh my, I'm just having fun. All the sage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the big party club. I'm gonna keep on.
All right, everybody, it is time to rock and roll. Let's switch it over to some non-lyrical music here. And let's kick the show off, shall we? What is up, everybody? We are here to do some reviews and some awesome stuff today. Let me turn this down a bit. It's a little loud in my ear. And I'm going to mute the browser source. So, if you have not been here before, welcome to Erik Frankhouse Presents. I have been in this industry for a long time, either behind the scenes or working for Norse Foundry or the lovely, what side is it, this side? Cobalt Press for a year. I have been in design to project management, everything around the sun. And then today we're going to be going over the Game Jam. This is the first Game Jam I've done with Itch. I've never partaked in anyone. And I did not know that the people who created stuff are the people who vote on things. I thought it was just the judges doing it. So I got my assignment today. We have to go over 5 of them. There's a couple categories we vote on. And I figured, why do it by myself when I can just do it with all of you? Since I still need to record a video today for my tips and guide on how to run the one I submitted, I figured we go through, we'll see if we can get through all 5, but at least the first few I will do on stream. We're gonna roll a D6 for the randomizer for how many times I click it to randomize what I'm gonna get. So audience, you know the routine. Those who are regulars here, give me a D6 roll in chat. We'll go over to the table here and we'll see exactly what we have to work with. While we're rolling and getting things ready, I will go over kind of the Game Jam, what it is. I did do this a few weeks ago when I found out about it, and I was going to do my own submission. We did a little bit live, and I decided I was going to do Canva and design the whole thing. Usually I work in InDesign or in, I'm learning Publisher right now just to see if I like this competition. But let's go check out what we got, and let's get this on the road, shall we? See if this is the right foot pedal. I feel like it is. There we go. So, Weird Tales Shadowdark Game Jam. I understand there's one last year as well. We have 122 final entries. There was over 300 and something people who generated their Weird Tales book covers. The way this worked is there were Weird Tales is an old publication, and with those publications you get a series of book covers. You can actually, we'll look at mine here really quick. If I go into my Canva, I always say InDesign because I'm so used to using it. I meant Canva for this one. If you don't use Canva and you are a designer and you're trying to keep that budget low and healthy, Canva has got a lot of really good solutions. So mine, for example, and you're going to see everybody's, everyone had to do an introduction. And I had these 3 books. I had the Weird Tales, Werewolf's Daughter, Thunder in the Dawn, which the title's not on the second book, but that's what it is when you look it up. And then The Wicked Flea. And I had to combine those together and be inspired and make an 8-page zine for Shadowdark. And that's cover to cover. So, when we look through all the submissions that are here, there's quite a lot of them. People have already gotten ratings. Like, this was like 37 when it opened, and now we're up to 940 versions. So these are the pieces that people have submitted. And on the side here, there's a sort feature. And I'll share this in a chat so you guys can see everything too. I highly recommend, if you're looking for free versions, right now during the Game Jam, they are $0. Support them though. If you like what they're doing, put the $2 down and purchase the one that you really like. Nothing's wrong with, in my belief, taking a look first and purchasing it afterwards. Just remember to do it. But for me, I know that after the Game Jam's over, mine won't be free anymore. I'll probably put it up for like $1 or $2. And then I'm going to do the Full Moon Edition, which is a bigger version. Because I think like many of the designers here, the Confines was a great challenge, but a lot of us want to go back and add more And I will be honest, while I'm in a lot of Discord channels, in the Arcane Library, the makers of Shadowdark, there is a huge group of people, all the designers talking in the creators area. And it is such an active forum of creators, and it's awesome to see. As someone who loves doing collaborations with people, from not even just streaming aspect, but just in general, seeing this many active people is fucking awesome. For those that are new, this is a rated R show, I swear. It's adult. Things will get put on screen, like Nick here saying it was a great limitation to make you think. It's true. I agree. And this was one of those moments where I didn't know what I was going to get into. I didn't know what we were doing. I didn't know how I was going to design this. And I found out late to the show that we were doing this. I think it started on the 15th, and I didn't find out until last week. Friday, I think I decided I was doing it. So, with that said, I thought the people who are going to be doing the Baron in a group of people are doing a large stream for this. It's for a charity. They're going to take the top 5 people, and they're going to go over the top 5, and there's things that you win for that. I think it's like an Amazon card and the core book for Shadowdark, and then I believe all the cursed scrolls are going to get handed out to winners, which is super cool. I own all those, so I'd probably give them away on my channel if I end up getting that, or I'll keep the main book so when I'm showcasing and other people can have a copy in front of them when we're playing it. But I hadn't done any design publicly for Shadowdark, so I saw it, and Baron was going to be one of the judges. He's kind of throwing this soiree, and he has a bunch of other people coming in, like Dragons and Diversity, and I think that's what it was, right? Was it Dragons and Diversity? I'll have to look. There's a whole bunch of people. It might be in the submissions area. Hold on. Let's see if we can find the overview. I know it's in here. So let me go back over to this page here, and we'll take a look at what it is and how the judging criteria works, because we need to know this too. Or I should say I need to know this. Started on the 10th, ends on the 29th. Voting period is through the 30th. Final judging is the 31st at 7 p.m., which is super cool. I was wondering how they're going to get through all of these. So it makes a lot more sense now knowing that we're the ones helping kind of raise things to the top. You have to visit the Weird Tales Game Jam. You have to get your 3 covers. License must be provided. They give you a link to the kit for it, which, by the way, if you want to create things for Shadowdark, the kit for it is very lenient. They really want you to make things for Shadowdark. It's super cool. Then our inspiration, which is a paragraph. I broke it down a little bit more in mine. I think a lot of people, from what I was looking at, did it as well. And then we have designer, all artwork included in the Weird Tales, and tool, corresponding magazine's artwork are public domain. Bug. I did go look up these books. I downloaded all 3 of them, or I saved the websites for all 3 of them so I could flip through them. And there's some good art in there that I could have pulled, but it didn't fit the style I was doing. I didn't go really old school on this one. I went with nostalgia more than anything else. And then there is usability. Is it able to be used at the table? I'll be honest, 8 pages to make something usable, I think most creators think really big. And then peeling back to an 8-page, even 10 is easier to do, but peeling back to 8-page is hard. Especially, I think, when our brains are in the cursed scroll mentality where their Arcane Library is putting out 60-page zines for those. The shortest zine they have is the Solo Dark one, which we've been using for our Solo Dark stuff on stream. But 60 pages is pretty normal, and if you're a Mork Borg fan, you're used to smaller zines, but they're still over 8. So that, I think, was the hardest part. And the criteria for judging is inspiration, usability, and vibes. I looked at one just to see how it would work, and there's basically stars. I think it's 1 to 5 stars that you're going to vote on. You'll see it when I put it on screen. And then prizes, $50 Amazon gift card, copy of Shadowdark Core Rules, 3 Cursed Scroll zines, and then they're announced on the 31st, which I would love to watch the live stream, but I have a feeling I will be at work, so there's no way I'm going to be able to watch it. I'll have to watch it when I get home. And this is all going towards Develop Africa. So that's the lowdown. This is our voting hours left. I don't know about the rest of you. For other designers that are in this room, how many of you had the clock up so you knew the deadline as you were doing it because your brain was constantly thinking about time zones and thinking, do I have enough minutes left? I know I clipped it, but someone in chat put I had 13 seconds left when I submitted my entry. I had 7 minutes and 46 seconds left. I thought I was cutting it a little close. So I had this clock up the entire time on my other monitor, watching to see, am I gonna hit this deadline? Like, the entire time. Nobody yet. I was waiting for everyone to get in their butts and seats. We're gonna randomly roll here in just a sec, and I'm gonna start reviewing. So let's close this one out. We don't need it. Let's go back to the submissions. And what did we get on our D6 roll here? Was it a 5? Is that what I saw? Rogue? Rogue. Yes, 5. 5, 5, 5. Okay, cool. So 5 it is. So I'm going to click the random submission 5 times. I'll do it on the screen here so you can see it. And we're going to see what we get. So 5 it is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then where, oh, this is where it is. Submissions and ratings. These are the ones that need it. This list includes entries you've already rated and those without any files. Well, this is something else entirely. I didn't rate anybody yet, though. Oh, this must be for the entire community. I see. Well, that's kind of cool. So how do I get my 5 that I'm supposed to review? Do I just pick the random ones at the top? Does anyone know in chat here? I have the clock up. Me too. Ryan or Nick, I believe you two were in the game jam. Where do we get our random? Do you just click this 5 times? This one? Oh, even better. Never mind. Okay. Well, I'm assuming none of this stuff matters. So you just hit start? Yeah, okay. All right, well, let's see what we get. All right, Wizard's Isle. So for those who don't know, I'm a big fan of MEM. And we will be using MEM for our notes today. So this is our first one, which is the Wizard's Isle. I'm going to do a link. Just in case I ever want to go back to them, I like having a record of what I'm doing. And we will go from there. So let's get our link for this. All right. I'm excited to see these. 8 pages is not too much to review. It won't be crazy. And then I'm going to have my notes for the criteria. So let me pull up our criteria again. I'll do it for mine here. We'll go to overview. And then I'm just going to grab this so that it's at the top of my mem, so I know what I'm looking for the entire time I'm doing this. I've judged a lot of different things over the years, and my biggest thing is I want to make sure I'm judging according to kind of how they want us to do it. I did a lot of competition for Iron GM back in the day, if anyone knows what that is, and that was your table judged your performance. So I have it up here. So we got inspiration. We're going to bullet point this. And I will copy this to all the other ones and we'll get started. I know at the end you get to vote. I love vibes, by the way. I love that vibes is a category, personally. So let's just copy these. We'll put them in all these. Even if I don't get to all 5 of them, maybe I'll click to do all 5 reviews just so you guys all know who I get. Keep me honest, right? So I'm not like reviewing random friends. I do have one friend that's in here. If it comes up, I do want to review it. Just because I don't know what they made, and we work as partners and stuff. Like, we've done a lot of stuff over the years, and I would love to partially judge his stuff. Right, exactly. Serving Hands, Mort Borg is 26 pages cover to cover. Like, this 8 pages is rough. So let's download this. I'm going to do this on my other side here so I can get it up into a PDF reader. Download it. And then we'll pop it up into the PDF reader. New view. Download the game. How many of you are going to change it to a priced version after this is all said and done? I know I'm going to. All right. So we got this up. This is the thing. I'm going to make sure I leave a comment and kind of leave a review here. I'll put a link back to this in case they want to watch the review at all. So YT live review. What timer are we starting at here? Let's look. We are starting at 30, I'll say 31 minutes for them. 31. Link to review. 31 minutes in. 31 minutes in. And I will put this in my mem as well for this. All right. Let's dig in. So let's pull this away. Get rid of Chrome. Let's pull up our PDF reader. Hopefully our PDF reader is friendly. A lot of times, Acrobat has been a pain in the butt on stream for anyone who's used to it. Correct, it's 16. Yep. Yes, that's right. Rob Black Sludge or whatever is 16 A5 pages. So, yeah, but you're getting 2 out of that. That still changes the constraints of thought when you're doing a 2-page format. I got to interview the gentleman from Stockholm Cartel, and they are fabulous humans. So, let's go through this. Inspiration. I'm going to slide this over so I'm not looking off in the distance as I read this for you guys. So inspiration, supplement to Shadowdark RPG is inspired by the cover of Weird Tales magazine, featuring the story Wizard's Isle, Isle of Wonder, Gremlins, Sad Grasping Wizard, and Damsel Against the Purple Tree specifically. Oh, I was hoping to see some images in here for this. I'm a very visual person. I went to the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design, and as a designer, and as especially like talking about tabletop GMing and storytelling, I'm a very visual learner and visual when I explain things. Fuck, I talk with my hands all the time. Location key. The keyworded descriptions are started. Each location are safe to share with players. The bulleted details beneath are for the GM. I do like that. I love when things that are broken down. I put a formatting description as well in mine for how bold, italics, parentheses, and all that affect your interaction with the adventure. So we're looking at this one, and it says, I'm gonna highlight this, by the way. We're gonna do the Frankhouse special here. Let's get a highlighting color out. Now, is this orange? No, it's pink. I want to highlight this because I think it's gonna be important later on. Let's change this to orange, which is our traditional. All right, that's pretty good. I wonder if I should just comment in here. All right, so what do we got now? We have once a clan of sea dwarfs attempted to build underwater tunnels between islands. Their efforts failed. The tunnels were abandoned until discovered by Wyndham and Verdant. I use Verdant for something as well in one of my games, not in this one. The wizard combining botanical magic. Okay, I hope this guy's an essential oil salesman. If this dude is an essential oil salesman, I'm gonna lose my shit, because that would be fucking hilarious. If he is peddling lavender to help people go the fuck to sleep. Let's see here. Misguided attempt to create plant life. However, Windows experiment spiraled out of control. Now demonic. Okay, let's keep this in mind. We're gonna be dealing with some demonic stuff. Possessed seaweed forest seeks the surface. The first thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna make a note for this for myself, is I'm gonna make brain dump notes here. I really wish I could have seen the covers, because I want to know if his inspiration came from just the titles, or if they came from the inside, like if he read them, because a lot of them like 100 and something pages. So wish there was images of the books. That's what I just put down in my brain. My first thing in the brain dump here. All right, back to this. So that's pretty cool. He breaks down the locations. So Wyndham, that's the wizard. Oh, these are the people. Fruit gremlins, plant-based demons resulting from the wizard's failed attempts. I dig this. I dig this a lot. You get little plants versus zombies, but they're goblins. They seek soil or fresh corpses to propagate their kind. Okay, this is a great, creepy, weird concept. Something I would definitely run. I love body. I mean, fuck, I'm wearing a Hellraiser shirt. I love body horror in my game, especially in Grit, Grime, Shadowdark stuff. I really enjoy running that body horror because the threat is real. Wizard loves plants more than people. Okay, so we got a little bit of a poison ivy vibe here. Socially inept. Seeks magic to alleviate his loneliness. Magically enhanced plants have grown uncontrollably. Okay. Black bread pirates. Huh. The wizard discard food and magical ingredients location. The task to turn dangerous when the sea's dry. Okay, cool. And sea foam giant. All right, we're getting a giant. Imprisoned on the ocean floor in ancient times. This giant's prison has been altered by the wizard's mending, creating chance for giant to reach the surface. So, before we do all of this, I'm looking to see if there's any more inspiration. Layout's clean. There's no art in here. And the document's untitled? Is that right? Oh no, it is titled. Just the PDF here isn't. Okay, well, I don't quite know what's going on here. Factions? I think that was supposed to, that A must have got slipped in on him. All right, rumors. I love a good rumor table. I think they're great. Dwarfs once tried to build cities underwater. They only managed to drown themselves and their treasure. I mean, look, this is a brave dwarf. A very brave dwarf. Dwarfs don't like water. Wizard rode out to sea with a boat filled with magical scrolls. Okay, cool. Smugglers hide their stolen goods somewhere out in the misty waters. Sailors swear green imps crawl aboard at night. Ooh, I like that they're called something else. I do wish that this had a reference. You know what I mean? Oh no, Arthur went woefully against D&D 2024. Yeah, but typos. You're right, Nick. There are typos, but that is not part of the voting. According to what we have, none of the voting parameters are grammar. It is inspiration, usability, and vibes. That A being in the wrong spot here doesn't affect me being able to run it. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. And all of us did this on our own. Maybe we got a significant other or friend or family member to go through and give an edit pass, but most of us did this on our own. It's a solo game jam. But I do wish, again, I wish this, I think this is the goblins. What does he call them? Fruit gremlins, not goblins. That's my fault. I'm gonna put a question mark here. Close it out. Seagrass is tangled up and shipped for days. Are there hands in the water? Okay. Beware Captain Muriel. She may be pretty, but her crew will rob you blind. I mean, that is a pirate for you. Wizard's Isle of Boats and Trees. The isle, as you row through the fog, your boat jostles as an island made of purple-gray seaweed. Love the color. Thick as tree trunks. Wouldn't that just wreck a boat? Rise up from the depths. The canopy conceals the saltwater-soaked jungle and dense and dark. Oh, so it like goes up and over the island. I hope it's black bread. I think moldy, shitty bread is a way better thing for a weird tale. I hope it's black bread. I'm really hoping for black bread. Because, like, did they say to get anywhere? I hope it's bread. Please be bread. Please be bread. What do you see from your boat? So, okay, so here's the thing. So, I don't see a setup piece. Locations, key, background, faction. I wish that there was a setup section, like this Wizard Isle, Boats and Trees. I think I would have done this here. This is just me in 8 pages, and I'm sure I fucked this stuff up too, right? I wish this here was... There we go. I wish this was a start here, or how to, or where to start. Just because I feel like it makes it easier for people who are it's not a big thing. This is just constructive criticism. Nothing I'm doing during this is destructive, unless we get into like some crazy ass stuff. I doubt it. Because I don't know if this is someone's first time or 100th. What you see from your boat, dwarven cylinder, the curve of a huge copper pipe emerges from the jungle's top. Smaller pipes and valves are covered. So this must be their way to breathe underwater. Torn sails, tattered sails on a mast near the island's shore, bears a black flag with a white skull about to bite into a loaf of bread. It is black bread. I'm excited that it's black bread. I really am. Sounds of trouble. In one direction, you hear screams for help. It sounds like a few women claiming they are trapped. Okay. I love that they're telling you this whole section here. What is this? Why is this doing this? I want to be able to mark it. Weird. It's not letting me draw like normal. Normally, I can write and draw on stuff, but because this is a text doc, I guess I can't. But I do enjoy this part here. Risky check. Every 2 crawling rounds after the PCs make loud noises. Okay, so they basically get time until loud noise is made. Light. Island is dark and thick. Total darkness except for on the boat. I think a lot of people found new ways to use danger level during this. I think they really did. All right, let's get into the random encounters. That was a weird bleed through there. Then went down to the other one. Random encounters it is. So he did a D6 table. Very bold table. Easy to read. Sea Troll. I'm assuming the bold... Did they talk about things in Shadowdark? Did anyone... In the location key... Bolded details beneath each... Okay, so they didn't put a key for this. I wish... So here's where this becomes a thing. This here... Troll... I'm going to assume that this is going to be from the book. Even if it would have been bold and italicized, or they told us anything that was bolded or anything that was italicized was from the book, you would know to go look it up. I think that's important. Gremlins, we know these gremlins are a part of this. Same situation here. Same situation here. Same situation here. Those are all in the Shadowdark book, I know, but a new person running it may know. And then obviously Captain Muriel, and I'll copy this here. Captain Muriel's up top. So D8 gremlins chase D4 pirates after they lose light. You know, before I talk shit and get hit, let's make sure they didn't put them in here. Podwife, skeleton drown, fruit gremlin, scroll of plant, potion growth, perspective. No, they did not put... Because you can reprint monsters, so maybe I thought maybe they reprinted monsters. A woman claiming to be Captain Muriel wanders in the dark. D4 pirates carry a torch and call it someone named Muriel. A gremlin is horrified by its own form. Love this. This is a great line. Really good. 1d2 two lobster like rust monsters. Smart for metal. Would it be cool if you replaced this metal with, like, plants or wood? I've always wanted to make a rot monster that destroys wooden things. What was that, Nick? It might be the doc. I know a few people are struggling with Google Docs exporting incorrectly and whatnot. Yeah, I agree. I had a problem with Canva exporting to PDF, and things over my blue banners bumped up 3 pixels. I don't know why. But you use the tools you got, and I made it a challenge by using Canva because I know I can use their assets when I publish stuff. So I thought it'd be cool just to use that. I'm already paying for it. You know what I mean? All right, crawling through the island. When crawlers try to reach an area, roll a d10. The results indicates the number of crawling rounds required to reach each location. Now, that's a smart solution for not having a map, because there's no mapping. Roll on the Random Wonders table. The crawlers encounter something unexpected while traveling, or when you feel it should interest your journey. Random Wonders. Cool. Dying whale hangs from purplish trees. Those are the things that grew up. Gulls are already swarming. Harmless reef sharks circle helplessly in a small saltwater pool. Corroded pipe hunts are filled with tools and trinkets of lost dwarves. A large metal wheel valve in turn released the freshwater geyser. Half-sunken ship can be sheltered, but hides an old treasure map. This is good. Coffin made of coral protects the skeleton. The axe of a dwarven lord. This is cool. A stuck mermaid offers healing to anyone who brings her to the sea. You know, I think this is a good Random Wonders. It could also be a later rumors table. So you could do this late game rumors, because then you could push players to other locations on that chart. Might be a fun way to handle an alt-text doc, working in the confines of what they're giving me. And then a paying and dying aboleth warns the deep sea demon breaking free. Aboleth is one of my favorite creatures. So you got our areas. So these are areas, no map. Are they listed here? How are we getting here? Because this tells us to roll. Well, I mean, let's just do it. Someone roll me a d10. Let's play this a little bit as we're doing. Someone roll me a d10 in chat. Because I'm curious as to how we're supposed to go from there to here. I'll roll the d8 here for the random wonder. 8. I got the aboleth. Hi, honey. I got the aboleth. So I don't understand. It's just how many rounds to get to a location. So I guess you're just going to locations. Marriage Grove, ceiling is thick with gray fern leaves. It's just an exclamation point. No slash needed. Discord, I see that. That was a Discord roll. Let's see. Tree-like vines, 3 identical women tied to them, and they're arguing loudly. Vines, the women aren't tied up. The vines are sticking into them. Freeing the women without caution. Put the 12 in there. Might harm them. If attempted carelessly, the vine and captive are sucked down into the depths. Crawlers can choose to grab one of the, onto the vines and ride it down to location 5. Okay. This is more like a choose your own adventure. A 2. So it would have taken us 2 rounds to get to the marriage group. I guess you do these in order. So this is a very linear piece. Let me go into my notes. I'm going to make a note. Very linear. Approach. Okay. Podwife NPCs, Muriel, bold, deceptive. All 3 women claim to be Captain Muriel. All 3. Okay. They all have their memories, but don't know how they ended up there. They want to save their crew and get revenge on Wyndham, and none of them trust each other. Okay. Freed. Treat as a savior cast a permanent charm person spell. All right. Additionally, every crawling round, the podwife takes 1d6 minus 4 damage as bruises appear on the body. When she reaches 0 hit points, she transforms into a gremlin. Ah, okay. So we're getting, this is our first area of like seeing how these creatures come into existence. So I like the in-game narrative for that. Treasure, freeing any woman earns a boon, 1 XP. If a woman is returned to a pirate, earn another boon. Okay, nice. Ship's gone. If any pirate is given away that they believe Muriel, then the crew is gathered. They free the ship and sail away in 8 hours. They sail away with a podwife. Rumors of the ship crew by the same person start to be whispered as it travels along the coast. Okay, cool. Then we get the pirate ship. Large vines keep the moldy stern a few feet above water. These vines can be used as a gangway to reach the ship. Okay, nice. Very good descriptions on like how you get to each one. But like, I just don't know how they're getting from one to another without a map. As a GM, the one thing I'll say, you're going to have to read through this and make your own notes pretty heavily. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't do that as a GM, I don't know if you're going to understand what exactly you're supposed to be doing. Let's see here. Deck, ropes and rigging, cat NPC, Petrie, cautious and lazy. Opinions about rat and mice. Okay, apparently this cat talks. Cabin boy NPC, old Draz. I mean, it is a weird game, so why not? Sagely and flirty. I love just the 2 word descriptions. I do something very similar. People don't remember much. There's a really good video from a newer content creator that talks about how people don't really remember more than 5 things. The young boy is blind and left alone. Captain knows more. Okay. Captain's quarters. So this is probably a big and important spot. Disheveled, messy hammock. Large desk, mismatched furniture, parrots and eels. Okay, the desk is carved parrots and eels. That's a cool description. I actually really like that. I don't know if it feels half finished. I think it feels like someone who is a writer and is not a designer. It just needed a little design there. But we'll get into that towards the end. I have some of my own points of view on this kind of stuff. Bravo for the person for doing this, though, because I do think this has pretty good potential. Desk trap. I do like me some traps. Also, we have to keep in mind through Shadowdark, you don't gain experience through combat unless it's a hunt scenario. This is to teach your players to look for treasure, find things to do, find ways out of sticky situations, get boons, and so on. So unless it's a hunt scenario, that combat doesn't matter. Desk trap, what do we got here? What type of trap is underneath? There's a large pillow, possibly for a dog. Open the drawer triggers the floor to open, causing everything around the desk to fall into the cells below. Okay. Hidden items. Someone might spot DC 12 ink stains and crumbs under the desk. Sitting underneath reveals hidden shelves and a miniature workspace. Charts, contracts, leftovers, and quills. Who works under their desk? A thin decorated box holds a magic fife and 3 sheets of music. Simple melody, kitten's lullaby. Oh, I think we're going to get into why the cat can talk. The dead man's dirge. Someone has a written warning in a thick red ink on the dirge not to play it. You stuck at 3? Rogue, there's nothing wrong with that, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I write for you, my friend. I write for you. Oh, is it quiet for you? Weird. I am really loud. Let me touch the music down just a touch more for you. Give me 1 second. Is that better? I'm only running it at like 43%. Here, actually, we're going to do this. Hold on. I'm going to turn it all the way down. I'm going to put it down to my listening level, lock them, and I'll put them together for you. So give me 1 sec. It's going to get loud for a second. And then micro adjustment. Yeah, sometimes the white bat stuff can get a little loud. Let me know if that's better. I tuned it down a little bit for you. I only have it at 30% now. Because it's only jumping at 40 and I'm talking at a much higher rate. I'm peaking red like I should. But update me again. Joseph, it's better, and then I will fix it for you. So let's see here. Written warning in thick red ink. Okay, treasure, Fife's perspective. So three experience from this, which is cool. I guess we'll probably see what this is for. I would like to call out, like personally, this should be a call out box for the adventure. Like why? Like why is it there? What is the purpose? Are we using this later? Is it an important piece? Is it an important... it's just between songs. Shouldn't be too bad. Like, why would you do... I just don't understand what this is for. And I would want to know what this is for. I like to design things with answering questions as I am giving them as a designer. Personally. Below, barrels and boxes create a maze. And this is the below. It's, I guess, if you fall through. Cat spikes, ducky, all that stuff. Dumb, adorable. The two cats meow at each other. So this is an entire ship of cats. Gremlins, Sweet Peel, great name. Great name. I actually really, really like Sweet Peel. Maybe it's my Always Sunny in Philadelphia Sweet D. Maybe that's why, but it makes me laugh. Hiding among barrels, it smells like cats. Wants them to give cats. War with a boon. 1 XP per cat. Yes, feed the cats. Earlier in the doc. Right. I think you are right. I think it was up here. Let me go back. This is the one music piece. Crawling is here. Treasure Fight for Perspective. I just love that. I think this is turning them all into cats. That's really what it comes down to. I will say, hiding in Shadowdark, I believe a lot. I agree a lot with the gentleman who makes Knave, Ben. When there's an important plot point, if players ask what's in the room, what do I find under the desk, is there anything here, I am more inclined, especially in Shadowdark games, Pathfinder 2, D&D 5e, other games like that, different, because your skill checks kind of manage expectations. In Shadowdark, if someone asks where it is, I would just give it to them. Reading through this, because to me, I think just going, hey, I love, yeah, Ben, you got it, Nick. I like that, you know, if they're going to look, I'm rewarding them for looking. But if they don't look and they're like, we're lost, that is when I would bring the spot check into check. As a GM, that is not a critique of the adventure, just a GM's brain as I'm reading it. Barrels and boxes create a maze. Dead ends serve as a simple rooms for cruise members. Cell occupies stern. Yep. More cat NPCs. Like we said before, Sweet Peel. Let me get back down to where we were. Portal. Sweet Peel is easy to follow. Attack if squeals. Roll on the random encounters table. Okay. Cells. This is one where a DC makes total sense to me because they have to bypass a challenge to do it. If in a cell long enough, Sweet Peel will wander by and pick the lock. And trade. The gremlin is gone. Old Darcy will come and release anyone who returns what they stole. He believes they are thieves, so something must be given up or is charmed. Okay. I don't know what the DC 12 is here is for. Is the charmed not a spell in this situation? Is this just discussion, like talking charmed? Because a spell has a check you make. A check and save. Curious as to what that's for. Advantage to people. I think this is TP. To those. That's just a 2. That's what it is. Advantage to those who offer him a kiss. So they do mean charm, as in charming them in conversation. Makes sense. Read the whole sentence, Eric. Secret tunnel. Outside one portal is a vine bridge leading into a plant tunnel. Isn't visible from the top deck. Creatures can squeeze through the portal. Tunnel leads back to location 4. Love that it gives you your location shout out. I think a plot web for this would be great. I know. What is she willing to trade? That's a great question. What would you trade? One of those kind of things. I love that you put a purple shit emoji. Treasure, exploring the maze and rifling through living spaces reveals silver coins and lucky charms. I will say, when I did mine, I didn't put a lot of treasure in mine. To save space in the 8 pages, I didn't want to have to hand out treasure. I expected the GM to hand out treasure that made sense for encounters using encounter tables or the items I put in the back, but part of me really wishes I had the space to hand out treasure. So I am happy to see it here. I love guiding a GM on when to hand out treasure. Maybe I should have just put an icon on mine that was treasure, and then they just know to go look something up, like give them to roll and then just put a icon to denote. But it makes me happy seeing that there's treasure here. We'll get the Dwarven Tunnel entrance. We're almost done with this one. Part of the undersea tunnel has surface. One can easily enter and open to the end of the pipe. Inside, soaked and dripping, and smells of salt, Taste of Metal, Skeleton NPCs, Boss Durham, Mad Fatherly Durham, and his 3 skeletal companions believe that they're still alive and working underwater. They view all creatures as vile sea monsters, are hostile unless brought back to reality. Not sure how you do it, but that's for the players to figure out, right? Advantage on social checks if speaking Dwarven. Smart. Nice little caveat for GMs. I actually, this whole, I double highlight this. This whole piece is very smart. Catwalks, 4 skeletons, Durham, and crew stand on a ruined scaffolding, repairing copper pipe. Their tools are rusted and poor. They curse in Dwarvish. They are far, so they're giving you a distance right out of the gate. And there are no ladders to reach them, so you got to find a way up. Length, at the average speed, a creature could run past the skeletons in 3 rounds. So since there's no map, they are giving you a description of how long things take. This would be fairly easy to run. I think you could run this as you read it almost. And then the tunnel leads back to location 4. All this seems to be leading us to the garden. Treasure, Drum wears a fine helmet, 2 gold, or 2 XP. Gilded and golden octopuses. I love that is on there. That makes me super happy. I like the descriptions. Again, can remember only 5 things. Keep it short. Good rule of thumb. Probably watch the same video I did. Laboratory garden. The hub of connecting pipes is overrun with plants growth from greenhouse boxes. Air is humid. The scent of mulch and decayed fruit. This is where we're getting our wizard Wyndham. Shy, excitable, frightened man in mint robes hides inside of a large glass tube in the center of the room. So I am picturing that Poison Ivy scene where she's always in the middle of the room in like that glass area. Super cool. I curse in Dwarvish too. I'm not gonna lie. So we have that. Easily broken or lifted using a wench on the wall. If Wyndham is freed while the gremlins are still in the room, they will attempt to forcibly replace Muriel with him. Wyndham doesn't understand what went wrong. He didn't kidnap Muriel. His plants acted on their own. So innocent bystanders stuck here. This guy is just stuck in the thick of it, which is cool. Not normally how you see a main character. Mother Root. Along far wall, a large garden aquarium with several plants converge. Tangled among them is a withered woman on the edge of death. 5 gremlins worship the woman from a shrine. This is the original Muriel, and the plant has drained her vitality. If anyone tries to touch Muriel, the gremlins will attack. Wizard notes, diagrams, and measurements litter the lab. With arcane knowledge, DC 15, giving you a call out again for what you should roll. These notes and clippings from Mother Root. One could be replicated and experimented elsewhere. 3 passages, 1 pipe leads up to location 3. Another pipe exits the side of the island to location 2. Finally, a dark, quiet pipe dives to location 5. Treasure and Bejeweled Pirate Hat, 1 XP. Potion of Giant Cloth 2, Spellbook 3. Random spells tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. For those who don't know, this is something I found out in Shadowdark from running it. If you didn't know, the spells for wizards, the list in the core book is a D12. Every level has 12 spells. And I think priests were a D6 or a D8. So if you need to randomly generate spells, you can just go to the spell table in the PDF, roll, count down. I almost want to add numbers next to mine and click that hyperlink and it takes you right to the spell if you want to hand out random spells. That's just my little Shadowdark tip for the day. If you didn't know that, now you do. It's really awesome. So we have after that 1 unique spells become a plant. That's pretty cool. Muriel is brought to her crew. They will bestow a boon, 1 XP. They also applies if they were given a clone. The fate of the clone, signs are not good. So now we got Face of the Drowned Giant for this location, and I think after this is Monsters. This highlighting is being a pain. A wall-sized aqua green face, bulbous and twisted, fills the end of the pipe like a plug. Its eyes are black blue orbs, and its seashell smile is unnerving. Giant NPC Quarrelsome Joe, sweet and human, imprisoned in seaweed forest by a god for ancient and horrifying crimes. Joe, is this like Joe in the volcano? When I hear the name Joe in like a natural disaster, that's all I think of. Drove the dwarves mad and allowed Wyndham to create his clones. He now has a minor control over his divine vines. That's pretty cool. He isn't free yet. Okay, so you got one more big bad that you have to deal with in this. This is kind of like the big throwdown. The deal, Joe appears patient and kind, but mad and hunger lurk behind his eyes. He asks the crawlers to cut a piece of him off and meld it with mother root. This is one of those moments where my cast on Tuesday, Allie would do this without a second thought. Not a second thought. If you've seen my live show on Tuesday, her character is the embodiment of lean into the dilemma. In exchange, he will lend you his voice. If they do, they can cast one unfailing power word: kill, heal, or restoration. This is a great exchange. I love when players take a risk and are given something outside the confines of their level. I think it just makes you feel like a real adventurer in the game, which is cool. So then, resolving the Isle, now free. Wyndham may want a pod wipe before he goes. He may want to figure out why things went wrong. Muriel is a sickly old woman. She may ask for callers to aid gaining mythic cure from the next dungeon they dwell. This here, I can't highlight it. I can't circle it. But this piece here, this like how to continue on and connect this to your next adventure, very smart. Very, very smart. I feel like while we were playing these little one-shot adventures, people don't remember that back in the day, like in early D&D, when you played adventures that came out, they were made to be dropped into your campaign, played as part of your major story you're running, and then continuing on. And we lost that somewhere. I think after Ravenloft came out, and that first big Barovia and doing the Strahd adventure, not in 5e, like 2nd edition. I think about that time, the idea of what one-shots were for kind of dithered away. So this makes me really happy to see how you connect this back into other adventures. This is smart. Monsters. We got the Podwife. Is there anything cool? Clone. Rot. Stats I don't really look at that much. I mean, if one's way out of bounds, really low hit points. Rot, end of the round, the Podwife takes damage. Shrivel, when the Podwife reaches 0, they're replaced by a Fruit Gremlin in D4 round. So kind of like a new zombie. I like this. Skeleton Drowned. These are the ones down below fighting. They're undead, immune to morale checks. People forget morale is a thing in most games, from any game. Sure, unless you're a miniature game. If you're an old Warhammer player, you always remember rot and morale and checking it. But tabletop people forget. This is a Fruit Gremlin, Shriveled Red Imps. Smell of raisins. So this is why he was calling them imps. Smart. Smell of raisins. Are we talking wine? Or raisins? C, DC 11 con, or the target is infected. I love any of this kind of body horror infection stuff. I also believe in rolling those separate and giving clues when people rest or when they get wounded. Having like where the cut have like seeds in the skin, like you cut open a fruit. I like to describe infections through story and gameplay and not even tell them that they failed to save. Because I don't think you should be spending, in this game, luck to re-roll that stuff all the time. I think you should roll with the punches to drive story. And then curing it, they could spend their luck to like re-roll that piece. But if nothing bad ever happens and there's no risk, then what is even the point of writing these? We don't get to see them in action in the story. Treasures. Here's our FIFA perspective, like the whole rundown. Little silver flute engraved with dancing animals. That's pretty cool. Benefit. Play a specific tune and transform into a new form. Tune, simple melody, transform back to the original form. Wounds, illness, and all. Kitten's lullaby, transform into a health 1 cat. Dead Man's Dirge, transform into a skeleton. Stats stay the same. Healing magic harms you. You can't breathe and can't play the fight. Oh, wow. More tunes are out in the world. This is a nice little hook for other people to do stuff. Potion of plant growth. 100 foot tall. That's what it grows. Cool. And then they put the new spell. Why are these big? This is just me asking this. Why is there big breaks between those? I don't think I would have put the breaks. Maybe they're just trying to fill the page. Oops, it's dropped that. Yeah, I would have got these return lines out of here. I don't think they're necessary. That's just me giving editorial, like design advice. I don't think I would have put those there. I don't think he's following what's in there, but fun little adventure overall. So let's go back to the game jam. I'm going to save this doc as it is, so my highlights save on here. And let's go back to the game jam and take a look at what we have. So 31 minutes in, ends at 110. Let me get rid of this, put chroma. And ends at 110. I would love to see a map as an additional download for GMs and for the table. What was it called? A dirge, right? Isn't that what the flute was? I imagine describing the infection. Do you call it infection or a disease? I want to use their words. Infection. When they get wounded, it looks like cut open fruit with seeds inside. Keep making more. Awesome. I enjoy it. I think they did a pretty fantastic job with it. I just noticed, is my Grammarly running? Grammarly doesn't work on itch? Is that a thing? Weird that it doesn't work on itch. So weird. And you can't do any markdown either. Why would I be able to do markdown? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to put the video here for him. Image describing infections. Get wounded. Oh, there's the bold. Okay. That's weird. When I did Control B, it puts me to another area. You know what I mean? That's cool. I think they created something kind of fun. Like I do want some art. So I'll give a little recap here. Let me turn this back on. Let's see if my overlay Grammarly fixes this. I know that my quick typing fucks me over all the time. So I like to have my Grammarly ad up on here, but fun little adventure. I'm just going to post it. It looks good. And then let's go back to me having to vote for this, right? Because I have to vote, correct? Rate the submission. So inspiration. I didn't get to see the covers. I have no idea. I think this is my greatest problem. Because in the actual adventure piece, it talks about what it is, but it doesn't show me the art. I wish you would just cut and pasted the art of these in here. I really need them. Layout and editorial aside, I do agree. I need... Yeah, so they only use this one? This was the inspiration? Just this single art piece? I mean, I guess we didn't have to use them all, right? We didn't have to use them all. We only technically have to use one. I would have liked to have had the cover inside somewhere in the layout. I definitely see the idea of what it looks like. They use the colors a lot from the cover of it. They use the character from it. The maiden, the red imps. They basically took the cover and designed a adventure. I'll give them that. Practicality. Is it playable? Yeah, I could sit down and run this. I mean, sure. They're old. Some of them are going to be racist. Some of them are going to be horrible. You still could use those covers and just be inspired by the color on the cover. instead. Like when I did mine, these were my 3. If you go to my last page, I did a discovery page where I went through all the fonts that I wanted, looked at these, and I pulled the 3 main colors out of each. So like because I didn't know if I was going to use them all, and I sure as shit wasn't going to read them all because I didn't want to be inspired by the adventures. I just wanted to be inspired by the actual piece. So anyway, inspiration, usability. Is it practicable and playable table? Yeah, it's playable. I like the feel of it probably the most. You know, actually, I think it's practical, but it needs a map. I'm sorry. Even a rough sketch with boxes connected would have made a big difference. I think overall, I like the feel of the supplement, but it needs a couple of things. So here's my constructive criticism. Obviously, the person does not doing layout in this. They gave a write-up, and this is what I would get is like a submission for me to put into layout in InDesign. That's what this is. It's a submission for layout. I think there's some smart ideas in here. I love that it's called Black Bread. That will still make me happy, and Sweet Peel. I like all the rumor stuff in here. I like the little call-out boxes for danger and light. This is great. I do find that a lot of people do round by round too often in Shadowdark for light when it's not always necessary. In a dungeon, sure. On that ship that you go into in this, absolutely. I like the random encounters. I don't quite understand where we're starting until I read the whole thing and just realized you're starting in this grove. This is the setup. And I wish there was something indicating that. While this is only a Word document, you could have color-coded words to get some of this stuff across. For example, I know these are in the book, but color-coding saying, hey, anything that's in purple is a monster from the Shadowdark book would have went a long way to make this 8 pages of words usable. I'm a big fan of the concept of the big bad really being a good guy, and a big bad you talk to, you can negotiate your way out of. I think that is genius fun. I love this Resolve the Isle, and I like the last page of all these extra things. Also, I'm not sure why this one is bumped over, or this one. I don't know if they did this. No, it's not to identify monsters, because this monster's not that way. But layout isn't part of that. I do think map. I think a map, some GM call-out notes on the side and the margins, thinking just within the parameters of the tools he's using, and color coding things that are important, and having a key at the top when you're only doing a Word format would have went a really long way. I wish that would have happened. Great piece, super fun. I hope they make more. I hope if they're not someone who's a designer, they find a designer, and it would be great to see this go through that way. So this is submitted. I'm going to save my ratings. I think it's pretty fair. What's up? Welcome, Connor. Save it. Rating saved. We're done there. I'm going to close this out, and we're going to go back, and we're going to do another one here. So I can just do, is it next project? I don't like doing that. I did one. Let's, I'm going to go back to here and do it from here. View a random submission. What do we get? We got Temple of the Emerald Depths. This was one I was wanting to look at. I love water-based stuff. This is one I saw when I scrolled through. Villagers are being kidnapped. Okay, so let's do the same thing I did before. We're going to go into Mem here. If anyone's wondering why I'm putting this stuff in Mem, it's so that when I go back to bookmark my live stream, I know where I started these things. It will generate. Okay, Nick, thank you. I just wanted to be as fair as possible. I thought going back to that might be the most fair. So let's get a link. Let's go here. Let's put a link here. Okay. Let's get the name of this verbatim. I'm going to close the Wizard's Tale out. Let's replace this. All right. So I did, what was it? 3, 2, 3 for this one. And then this is my little brain dump as we're going through here. And And then let's start this review now. So this one is going to start at I'm going to say 120. 120. I'll say 121. We'll start the review at 121. YT live review 121. And ditch that. All right. So let's see what we get with this one. I'm going to download it. Not today. If anything gets a 5-star, I will go back and buy it, though. If I give anything a 5 anywhere, I will go back and buy it. Because to me, that means it's worth my money. I hope this is helpful to everybody. I hope you enjoy me doing this. I just thought this was a better way for me to do this than to do it by myself and make people think I hadn't looked at it or done anything. You know what I mean? Oh, well, why can't I? There we go. All right, so let's close this out. We don't want too many things open if we can help it. Make sure I have the pieces open I need here. We'll get rid of those. Okay, so we're going to go through the Emerald Depths. There's only one download. There's nothing else extra in there. So let's go to our PDF viewer. Make sure we got it opened up here. I'm going to close out the one before. I did save it. We're going to edit this one in orange as well. And then let's bring it up on screen here. I think I'm going to pour another drink here. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's first off, great point, Nick. Thank you. It's interesting to see how others evaluate because you can assess it's perceived as a designer better. So for me, I'm trying to keep myself in the headspace of whatever they bring to me, I know they're a solo creator unless they say otherwise, obviously. And I want to meet them where they are and assess them on their merit of what they're doing and how I would use it as a GM. And I'm going to be honest, I don't run pre-written stuff very often. So I'm kind of a really good candidate for looking over this stuff. I design things. I design how as a GM I want to tell a tale and how as a designer I want to tell a tale. But I don't really run pre-written stuff. And it's just because of my style of game mastering and style of storytelling and design. I work in reverse, which maybe we'll talk about a little bit after this because I have the time. Well, I can talk about it a little bit now. I want to break this off and come back to it. When I design, I do a big brain dump. I put just a word smattering all over of ideas that I have for something that I want to do. Then the next thing I do is I look through either maps, monsters, or a list of set pieces that I know I've wanted to use in an adventure, right? I want it to feel like I'm going to get something out of it. And I feel that when I work in reverse, I'm going to give a better presentation at the table and a better game at the table for players, digital or not digital. Let me grab us some new music here. White Bat is the music I'm using, by the way. It's DMCA free, which makes me super happy. So I like to find maps and then build around the maps, and I like to find encounters that I've written up or monsters that I'm really excited about running or a scene or scenario I'm excited about, and then I work in reverse from there. And the reason I do that is there's amazing cartographers out there. I did cartography for a long time. I did world design in video games for MMOs, like building that stuff. And to me, the most frustrating thing that would ever happen as a world designer was a writer to come back and tell me, hey, that tree should be 4 more foot to the right. Look, dude, it takes you 1 delete and 1 number to change it from 4 to 2. And I think it is easier to present a map to work off of than it is to write a adventure and then make a map for that adventure. And there's so many maps, why not work in reverse? I can do both, it's just my preferred way. So when I get something that doesn't have a map, I get frustrated because I want a map because that's what I can visually use. And even if I don't design the map myself, I feel like I can look at it and know what the fuck I'm doing. And I have a house rule. If you're a GM, I have a house rule at home. My rule is very simple when I'm running stuff. If it is on the map and the player notices it, and I don't, or even if I did, it is now canon in the game I am running. And that means, like, if there's a mouse on the ground, it's great. Like, those little pieces that are put in there by designers is awesome. If someone draws a pebble or a rock in the room and they're like, I need a rock, those things I count because it means your players are paying attention. And I fucking love letting them do that stuff. So anyway, let me change my time here. We're going to go back to 20. I'm going to say 27 because I'm going to pour a drink because I have a drink up here. And we're going to go back and review the next one. So I'll just put 27 here. And then I'll read some comments here. I'll read some comments while I'm getting the drink. For those who don't know, who are new to the stream, during Amazon Prime Day, I bought a mini fridge to put next to my desk so that I can keep tasty beverages in it. You know, tasty things to drink. So that was my purchase for, I think it was like $35. It also was a Cambro warmer. I brought it to Gen Con as well, which is super funny. And we put aged cherries in them. So anyway, it's so fun, dude. So let's, what am I at here? 27, so I'm gonna say 27 minutes now. I had a little rant, got that rant out of me. Let's look at Temple of Emerald Depths. Temple of Emerald Depths. What did I see someone in the comments here? Welcome, Orion. I see some new people. It's your first published adventure. Congrats. That's awesome, Orion. First published adventure. You got the itch now, baby. You just got to make more. You just got to make more. That's the goal, right? More stuff all the time. Empty all that gray matter out. You got to get out of your head. I can't sleep half the time because I have too much crap I want to design. So let's look at what we can do here. Level 1 to 3 adventure. Oh, did anyone notice what level the last adventure is? I didn't notice. Little things that people forget a lot of times. Maybe it was at the top. Maybe I missed it. There's a good chance I did. I'll have to go back and look. We got art by Dice in Motion. Oh, this is a 2-page spreader. Let me see if I can. It's enabled scrolling. Oh. What? Okay. So it's not in a 2-page view. It is in a 1-page view, but displayed in scrolling. They made it so you could print it. That's what this is. They made it so you could print it. Okay, so let's do this then. I'm gonna size it. There we go. And I'll just scroll back and forth here. Can I? I'll use the arrow keys. All right. We got a dungeon. We got a dungeon. First thing out. We got 3 levels. 3 levels. Three levels is definitely a long adventure. I'm doing calculation in my head for like how long each room is gonna last. You know what I mean? So you got level 1, obviously starting in 1. So you got, I'm gonna say 10 to 20 minutes a room usually. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I mean, you're talking 120 minutes for the first level if people are cooking, and that's before you add any combat. This is just general math in my head when I'm doing like an accordion game running where I know I gotta chop stuff. You gotta think about rooms to chop. First thing I would do, areas like this, if I could chop these to cut time down, I will as a GM. I would as a GM. But that is just some GME knowledge. Long adventure for a cautious party. Oh, if they're like BXing this thing, long. Level 2. Level 3 is 1 room. Okay. Just wanted to get it in a view of what we're looking at. Let's scroll over to the other side. And we'll talk about what they did. Table of contents. Yo, bravo for fitting a table of contents in 8 fucking pages. I can tell you, I didn't do that. I 1000% did not fit any of that in here. Because that's the first thing I cut. I caught a table of contents. I figured you can look through 8 pages. I'll hyperlink shit. Test number 2. For those who are fans of my show, you know I look for hyperlinks for hyperlink drink. Koozies coming soon. No hyperlinks. Introduction. Weird Tales covers that inspired my adventure were under the N-Ray, the Black Master, the Queen of the Black Coast. Well, I got like 2 colors of the same style. Elements of all 3 covers were scattered about the adventure. I went with an ocean-themed adventure because of Under the N-Ray and the Queen of the Black Coast, with both of them having a theme of water. The Black Master gave me the idea of having a villain that's a leader sending out others to do the dirty work. With all these ideas, I ended up with a Naga in a coastal temple. I wasn't called Naga. Sea Hag, okay? These are all pretty typical monsters I would have expected. Oof, man, there's some adjusting things here. Oh, she's already getting the hyperlink drink stuff out. Get ready to be hammered, everybody. Villagers that turn them into merfolk. I like merfolk. And then strange path to get there. All right, cool. The legal's on here. Cover art. Deep AI. I have nothing wrong with that, man. We're working for freebies right now on this. With a pro account. Okay, I was wondering what he used. I knew it looked familiar. Cool. Made his own maps. One-man jungle. Did it himself. We got rumors out of the gate. So if this is a 2-page spread, oh wait, I messed this up. Hold on. We have to zoom out. Yeah, we do. This is gonna be a little aggravating. So 2-page spread will be this. The reason we need to put a little caveat. The reason this started is I was complaining about large companies who have money that make PDFs that don't hyperlink inside their PDFs. You're doing a disservice, but you keep jacking your price up for PDFs. That's where that comes from. I was specifically calling out Paizo. I have friends that are there. They make great PDFs, but God damn it. If Shadowdark can hyperlink everything, you can do it too. I did it in Canva. Anyone can hyperlink with just a little bit of forethought. I'm just saying. I'm not asking a lot. So let's get into the key overview and background. Descriptions at the start of each location are for you and the players to understand the space. Bullet-ended details are for the GM. Background. Villagers are being kidnapped from a seaside village during low tide to be taken to the Emerald Temple. The Sea Hag is working with a powerful Naga named Nyaslin, the Emerald, to help rebuild her water-dwelling civilization of merfolk to regain power and region by force. Okay, so classic big bad capturing people. Classic. It's not that. No, I'm fine with the 2-page spread. Mine was, you can't see it, but when you do 2-page spreads, when you go to do a view and I do display for 2-page spread, it doesn't display this one as a 2-page spread. Know what I'm saying? And it's because of how I have my camera or my overlay set up. It's not a big deal. I'm not docking points for it. Or am I? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not docking points. That's just a personal preference. Nyaslin the Emerald, a Naga worshipped as a god, had a temple built in her honor. She taught the skills to thrive of the sea, but she demanded tribute for her knowledge. Commitment to becoming a merfolk and joining her in the deep. Goals to become worshipped once again. All right. Even if it's out of fear. Personality, cocky in her abilities, doesn't fear mortals. So right now, you know you got a big bad. And I like Nagas a lot. I'm a big fan of Nagas. Thalacia, Black Tide. Sea hag that studies her target village to identify someone she can replace, assuming the identity to seamlessly blend in and deceive the villagers. Goals: fulfill a dark fascination with altering life forms, corrupting natural order. Little Dr. Moreau here. Personality: very cunning and is only looking out for herself. So this is an important piece, because this. Let me zoom out. Can I draw? I thought I could draw. Can I draw? I hate that I can't draw. What is going on? Hold on here. Where is my draw? Why can I not draw on this? When you mark up in Adobe, you usually can draw, and for some reason today, it is not letting me draw. At all. Oh well. I usually draw on top of it. He landscaped in A4. Yep, with 2 big columns. 100% Sonic Gloom. That's exactly. And it's a good way to get through. And I was surprised the size that they wanted us to do this in, because I really wanted to do the same thing. I wanted to do that whole A4, A5, make a zine. Like, I printed, I know this is off the beaten path, but I printed... So I got Hell on Earth, which is what we're playing through for a solo dark. This is from Cameron Moss. He is local, which I didn't know until I got home. And then I printed out Home, which is the zine. So I wanted to make it this format so you can print it at home. The irony. So I'm pretty sure that's what they were attempting to do, and they probably succeeded. Which maybe I'll print it. We'll see how good it is. Maybe it's printable. Maybe it's buyable. Merfolk of the Emerald Temple. Goals: they will focus more on capturing the players than killing them. Hopes in gaining Nacian's praise. Personality will vary between each, but they all have deep curiosity. Okay, so this is the Merfolk of the Temple and how you want to run them. Pretty cool. Let's go over to the other side for the 2-page spread. Rumors and stuff. This is stuff that makes me really happy. Strange fish-like creatures have been attacking fishermen around the cliffs. Okay, the village priest disappeared during low tide. The sea serpent has been living along the coast. This is a big giveaway. A beach is cursed by a siren. Wonderful monster. The shapeshifter is living in the village. The Temple of the Emerald Depths lurks along the coast. This, my one that feels like this layout feels a little bit like Blades in the Dark. I don't know if it's just these art pieces that are... Oh, I can draw on images. I can't draw on something that's not an image. Let's see. I don't know if that's what's doing it. Random encounters, details, re-roll duplicates of 7 and 12. I love when designers add this kind of stuff. It lets you know that, like, look, don't duplicate. Just, you don't want to do that one more than once. Re-roll. And I do believe that rolls like this are spark tables. Random encounters are spark tables. If you see something on a random encounter table that is perfect for the scene that you have, there's no reason not just to take that thing and run it. Like, if we're on the shore, and I was like, a giant crab would be awesome right now. They're digging around in the sand. How perfect would this giant crab be to burst up out of the sand? Just take it. As a GM, just take it. It's a spark table. It's to influence and inspire what you're doing. I like what they've done with the 7 and 12, saying don't do this more than once. An escaped villager attacks a party. Do you have more merfolk? Water drips from the ceiling, extinguishing all non-magical light sources. Like, for example, if you're on the shore and you're not in the temple yet, come on, highlight. This won't work unless it's dripping from the sky. If it is, you have a lot of other things to worry about. Because it ain't raining. Yes, sir. Yes. Like a Merc Lurker. You got it. Yeah. 2 merfolk are fighting over a large fish. Awesome. I love that concept. This would be a great place to put treasure, by the way. If you wanted to have like a reason to have treasure there as a GM, I would put the treasure in there. This isn't notes to the designer. This is just me thinking it through if I had to run this. This is kind of how I'm helping figure out for myself usability. Is how would I use this looking at it? Just so you know why I'm saying these things. Giant crab, we already talked about that. Jellyfish sit motionless. Jellyfish suck. This is one of the big people that we saw over on this page here, right? This is this person here, the Sea Hag. D4 villagers kicking and screaming. This girl be strong. What is the strength on? What is the strength on this woman? Hold on, she's gotta be in the last pages. We're gonna scroll down. We're reviewing this just like I would want to look at it. Come on, scroll. Murkgar, where to find? Nice. I was gonna ask if this was here. Smart. That's what the bold print was. Good person. Where's she at? Is she just a hag? Is that what it is? Sea Hag, 225. Let's look and see here. In all seriousness, I was curious. She got +2 strength. She can't shapeshift. She dragging 4 people. She's gonna get her ass kicked by those villagers. That's all I'm saying. Those villagers are gonna rock her. Let's see here. Someone disturbed algae, releasing a toxic spore into the air. DC 12 con. I highly recommend when you're running a game to go through, grab any saves that there are, and just write them along like the bottom of the adventure you're running or along the side, so you know what the checks are, and write your players' numbers there as well, so you can just roll them in private. It's a little cheat, and it's a little bit of prep, but it's not a lot. And it also, I'm okay with a little bit of metagaming. I know people think of metagaming as a bad thing, and I think 3.0 trained us to think it was horrible from then on out. But if a player is thinking smart outside of the character, you should reward them for doing it. And if you're like, hey, I need everyone's con scores, wisdom, and intelligence, they're the most common saves. It's a little bit of foreshadowing where the players go, I guess I should memorize something versus con, right? So I love that. D4 poison damage. That's a lot in Shadowdark for level 1 to 3. That's going to wreck you. You find a bed of clams clinging to a wall. D4 have pearls. Ooh, nice. Okay, I like this. 20 each. Okay, so here's some big treasure, especially at level 1. This is big at level 1. If you look at the XP as treasure. Remains of 1d4 Soggy Adventures, roll 1d4, 2d8 coin, 1 torch, nothing, 4 attack, zombies. Amazing, because, hey, why shouldn't you have zombies? 1d8 fish are floundering for the water. If you really want to get rough on players in this, I'm not sure how your players got here, because everyone's going to run this differently. But if they don't have rations, this becomes a very important number. If they don't have rations. And a Wandering Merchant, yes! Yes, I have Wandering Merchants when I do my live show. Literally, it's a card with Stream Loot card. Like, without me getting deep into it, you can go look at the Stream Loot cards here. So, or someone in chat who's a regular can kind of explain it. But I have a Wandering Merchant card that lets a merchant show up and they can buy things. Obviously, it's from Resident Evil. What are you buying? Every time. For a little bit of fun. Let's go to our next 2 sets of tables. Big loot tables. D100 loot tables. This is a lot of work, by the way. Bravo. Bravo to the person who said, I am going to make D100 loot tables. Because this takes time. And tables are probably some of the more time-consuming things to do. I personally believe. Try not to be repetitious. Trying to make it fit the set piece. So what I want to look through as inspired in what's going on is what exactly we are getting out of this. Like, does it fit the set piece? Does it fit the narrative? Again, I really wish the images for the books would have been in this doc. I didn't see them. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm being a jerk. But I didn't see them. No, I don't see them. Do not see them. I wish I had the images, just because my brain works that way. I want to see what they looked at to come up with what they're doing. So, fishbone, needle and thread, coral comb, some seaweed polish. This is very sea-oriented. Conch shell with a hole, smart. Some copper piece rewards too. Kelp rope. I'm telling you what, man. If a player uses this kelp rope to climb, 1 in 6 chance that bitch snaps. 100%. I like this. Small driftwood figurine. Smothered by water. I like that. That's cute. That's something people would do. Preserved anglerfish lantern. I'm a big fan of anglerfish. For anyone who's watched my shows, that strikes a personal chord for me. I'm just scanning these. You can scan along with me. Let's go over to the other side here. It looks like we get into the adventure after this. Ooh, pretty. Players love this kind of stuff if it's usable. Plus, it's super slippery. Shut the fuck up. Oh, you meant because they'll fall. Oh, I read that with a different mind. You're right. Yes, you would slip and fall. That's clipped. That is going out as a short. That is amazing. Rough uneven pearls, silverhorn, large jade fish, seaweed bracelet. The author of this is here. Do you have a favorite item out of here? Obviously, D100 plus one magical item. Do you have a favorite piece out of this? If you are here, let me know. I'm just curious myself. Let's look at nice. I love when you bring the map back. You show them the section that they're in. Little bit of a. Got a little bit of a oh, it blurred over it on him. That's what it was. Gotcha. No biggie. Again, that kind of stuff. None of that counts away from anything. During low tide, a small cave is revealed. You can enter the cave. You can enter the cave by boat or climbing up the cliff face. Dark water, 20 foot, leading into ocean. High ceilings. Danger level unsafe. So roll for every 3 crawling rounds. Light, darkness, unless described in the room. So you're presetting. This right here is important. This presets a room or in a section of the map and how it's going to work. I really enjoy this. It's very clean, very concise of the MO of Shadowdark in general. Ocean Grotto. Grotto with slick walls. The air is thick with scent of brine. Bleached on the sand is a wooden boat. Wooden boat. Boat is intact. So this is a little grotto. Is this, and this is where we start, I assume? Right? During low tide, the cave is revealed. I might have marked that this is an entry, just to say start here, just to make it easy for a GM. And also, it lets you call back to a section. Sea Serpent's Den is 2. And I'm scrolling up because I'm making sure you all can see everything. You should be able to. Yes, okay. Part of my bottom gets cut off on that. So that's why I'm being careful. Let's see here. Adorned chamber littered with bones, shattered shells, debris in the words of Jamie, or debris. Forms of crude nest against a cave wall. Water dominates the center of the room. On a 6, Sea Serpent is sleeping in the nest. Nice random encounter here built into it, and that's in 2, but you have to pass through. We're going to go over here to the next one. Thin layer of sand dust of the chamber. Cave passage branches off from the chamber. Large smooth door with a compartment. And symbols engraved into it stands before you. Symbol coiled around a hand holding an orb. Okay, so we get a description of what it is. Compartment. The key is proceeding forward. The key 2. So this is smart. This is a call out saying, hey, you need to do this. 4 to 6. Hold items that when combined and placed in the compartment, it unlocks the door. 7, a small orb pulsing with faint blue light, a coral-encrusted cuff shape like a coiled serpent, and a skeletal hand locked in a gripping shape. That's a really smart way to do a key for a door. Not just to always say it's a key, but to give them a little randomness in what's going on. I think that's kind of cool. And it's not the same thing for everything. You know what I mean? Like 4 and 6 and 7 are all different. Smart. Cradle of the Storm. And also it bypasses someone going to 7 here and bypassing, well, without scrolling up, but 7 and bypassing it. Cradle of Storms. Circular room with high walls, flash electricity arcs in the ceiling. Ash and scorched earth cover the floor. In the center of the small of the room is a small orb. So I think that's probably the orb for 7. Storms. The metal attracts electricity arcing in the ceiling. This is a save to get through, or you take damage each round. This will fuck a player up. This is a downright killer. If you're level 1, it's a downright killer. Pulsing faint blue light, and then we go in the echoing crypts. Large domed chamber lined with skeletal remains, each gazing upon a stone dais. In the center of the room, surrounded by the water, dark water, home to a siren, with hopes of dragging someone into the deep. Stone dais, skeletal hand, locked in gripping shape, and then this is the crypt. So this is a chance to fight the siren here, and you got a dais with where you know you're giving a sign to like you need to use this. There's something here. Something does something. Does this do anything? I don't think it does. Weird. Okay, I thought it did something. Absolute death sentence in Shadowdark. That is 100% correct. The Drowned Shrine, a steep, narrow tunnel opens into a large chamber, half-submerged bioluminescent algae, casts an eerie green glow. So this is kind of lit. Maybe there should have been a marker for this saying it's a lit room. I guess the GM can interpret it however they want. You don't need to handhold them. Lead to the ocean floor, where a trinket can be found. The same algae is found here as in the cave. And then Cuff, a coral encrusted shape like a coiled serpent 60 foot from the entrance to the water ocean. Okay, so this is the trinket that's down. Cool. All right, clean dungeon crawl so far. And now we're getting into temple level 1. So did we go through everything here? This took us into 6. Yeah, we did all those. So nice. I'm glad that the 2-page spread, I do believe in the 2-page spread where it's like boom, boom for dungeon crawls, like map everything. Very simple. Very, very simple. Smart play. A lot of newer designers or modern designers in tabletop have been feeling the 2-page spread. So 7 to 12, this is where we get into more like a carved temple area, which is we are in the Emerald Temple, level 1. Temple's walls are smooth, intricately carved with mysterious black stone. While much of the temple has been reclaimed by the ocean, certain sacred spaces have been carefully preserved by its inhabitants. Coral and algae have intertwined with the ancient stonework. That's nice. It's like the sea of vines. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's no other art yet. So this person did just this in the cover. The cover was the only other art. Art was not a requirement, as a heads up, so we don't have to judge on that. I personally would like some art of a few things. If you're already using an AI generator, you could have generated a few things, and you do have some good, beautiful space that you probably could have fitted in. Maybe at a time thing. I know a lot of us are on time crunch. Come back and give us a remastered. So Descent Room 10 reconnects to room... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Room 13 on the second floor. So 10 goes up and goes to 13 here. Okay, gotcha. Stairs up. All right. And then we're coming in through here. So we're not going to be to 10 right away. But they're giving you, again, a nice brief. This is how this section works. 20 foot deep leading into the ocean. Ceilings are 25 foot high. Danger level unsafe. Roll encounter every 3 crawling rounds instead of 2. Because I think the other one was 2. And then light, darkness, unless described in the room description. Temple entrance, a grand hall intricately carved with stonework columns lining the walls, framing faded murals with their colors long since dulled. Again, they called out a description and then brought us back down here to tell us what the fuck it is. Smart. Smart. Very smart. This is how I would do it. Depicted civilization being taught now how to fish and sail by a serpent-like creature. The village growing larger with the creature. Living alongside them. This shows the people worshiping this creature. So kind of like that classic depiction across the walls explaining the history of these people in the temple. Armory. Spires of coral engulf the room, illuminated by bioluminescent plants, algae, rock, racks with weapons line one of the walls. Statues stand vigil around a small dark water pool. Statues, merfolk, trident, and dynamic flowing poses. Weapons, trident, harpoon, seashell, sharpened blades. This is kind of a cool little piece. They're definitely taking the environment and set piece and marrying it to what like an everyday tool and item would be. I am enjoying that that's being done. Failed laboratory. A large stone table sits among a thick green vapor that seeps from a large central basin. Got a little bit of a save here for the vapor. You take poison damage. This is the second time we're taking poison damage in this. So the first time would be a training time. The second one is like, look, you better be ready. Drowned Library. Barnacle-covered wood shelves line the room, filled with waterlogged tomes. A large wood table sits worn and weathered. Aquatic kitchen. Nets filled with shellfish are draped over the counters, made of coral lining the walls. Temple reflection. So what I am noticing is this is a lot of like traditional dungeon crawl design. I would love a little more, because we're doing Weird Tales, weird injected in this. So I'm hoping as we get to these last couple pages, we get into some stuff that's weird. Because right now, this is just a really clean dungeon design. Nothing bad, nothing super standoutish yet. I will say very detailed to the feel of being an aquatic adventure. From the seashells to the tables, lots of great random things to inspire ideas. But I want some weirdness. Smart design, good layout, very clean. But I'm hoping we get to something where I'm like, oh shit, how the fuck is this happening? Temple reflection, high arched ceilings and walls adorned with carvings. The floor is polished, reflective tile gives impressions of floating on the water for statues kneeling towards a serpent statue. Carvings. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see here. Carvings. People worship a serpent holding an orb. Another shows a figure standing over the altar. The person laid out before, and a largest portrayed merfolk underwater worshiping some serpent. Okay, cool. So this is kind of like the temporal of reflection. It kind of explains what's going on. And then there are, of course, them cultist merfolk. You got to have cultists in every game, right? And then we got level 2 for it, a 2-page spread. So the other side, we still have the map, which is nice for checking. Again, bringing us back up to speed on what this section is. Smart layout and game design. Room 16 connects room 18 on the 3rd level. Water 3. I take the orb, Skippy. I take the orb as well, my friend. I take the orb. Deep throughout the temple. 25-foot ceilings. Danger levels unsafe every 3 rounds again. Light, darkness, unless described in the room description. The section of the temple remains perpetually submerged. The chamber is always flooded with water. Its walls and floors are covered in a thick layer of aquatic growth. Okay, so now we're in the thick of it. So with this said, we are flooded in water, right? Here, with the amount of description and detailed stuff that's here, this is my first comment. I want rules for travel, water combat, and how it works. Now I'm saying this, maybe he says it later, but like when all of this is here, I want to know what I should be using to run this section of the temple. Like if it's submerged, like fighting underwater is hard, so all weapons are a disadvantage unless you picked up one of those tridents or spears or something made to fight in the water. Then you don't have that disadvantage. Something that makes the players think of how in the fuck do we fight in this submerged area. Know what I mean? So that's something I think that's kind of cool. So Fountain of Echoes, a grand multi-tiered fountain. All right, it's the chocolate fountain from every wedding you've ever been to. Below the water level sends spouts of water into the air. The flow of water reverberates throughout the room, distorting all other noises. Cool. Fountain. Engraved in around the fountain are depictions of sirens swimming around. Boy, if there are sirens swimming around this fountain in this water, these players are screwed. Distortion. Any communication or noise made is distorted by the sound of water and can't be understood clearly. Yeah, has anyone ever been in some of the old like Holiday Inns and stuff? And the old pool rooms were really claustrophobic. And when you would talk, it would echo off the walls. It was hard to hear people at the other end in those old pool rooms. That's what my brain is envisioning during this. I like this little distortion. That's a nice little piece. This could also be great for maybe something for spell casting. I could see some penalties of spell casting. Coral commune. Small enclosed spaces are filled with coral and seaweed. Soft ambient light is provided by plants and algae. Tables and seating are scattered throughout, creating a lived-in environment. Okay, nice little thing. This is central living space for all merfolk. If this is central living space, shouldn't there just automatically be merfolk in here? Like, if it is lived, like, there should just be merfolk. Like, there should just be X amount here. Or the hazard table idea, D6 on a 6, room is empty. You know what I mean? Something along those lines to give a little bit of guidance, like for an encounter in that area. Thessalonian Den, or Thalassa Den. Thessalonian is Pathfinder, I apologize. A cauldron emitting puffs of steam and strange light floats about the waterline. The walls are covered in runes etched into stone. Shelves of driftwood store mysterious bottled goods. This is the hag again, if people don't remember. She hasn't been encountered yet. She's in this room. So, like right here, they're telling you, fight if you haven't found her yet. Tactics, talk her way out of combat, lying as much as possible. So they don't like to fight. So we're going to go over the other page. I think we only have one dual page left after this. And now we're getting into the central sanctum. So when we came up, it was 13. We did 14, 15. 16 is here. The chamber bathed in dim light. Thin streams of water flow from slits lining the ceiling. Coverage to feed an ornate altar. In the center of the room, a figure stands before the altar. So we're getting into like worship area here, I think. Villagers, there's 2d4 villagers. And the village priest are chained to a pillar in the room. If you can save this guy, I wonder if he'll heal you. I think I would have highlighted this. Maybe, and I'm making a note here more for me than a correction or anything like that. Did they put priest at the end? As a priest at the end would have been cool, right? Also, with how they've done this, something to think about if you ever go back and edit this is when you scroll over, say, villagers, right? Because I know at the end you have that little piece that shows where everything is. You could do a hover over. There's an option in Acrobat to do a hover over, and you can say what it says. So if it says village page number X, when you're on the phone, it's because a lot of people do run from their phones at conventions, or if I'm just on this page, if I hover over it, it would tell me the page number. It's something I have been thinking about doing, and I think it will, as we move more into the modern age of using digital when we can't carry physical with us. Don't get me wrong, I'm surrounded by fucking physical media. I'm not buying into D&D. It's, if you're here, come to here. But when we travel with digital stuff, being able to easily access it and using the tools that digital gives us is huge. But something to think about. No knock against, just something my brain brought up as I was going through this. Figure, the tie collar is in the middle of the ritual. He has 4 merfolk pinning down a villager at the altar. Shit's about to get real in here. Like, as a player, I'm going to run in. I'm going to send 2 to try to free the priest in the middle so they can assist us. I'm going to have the rest fighting the merfolk and the tide caller. I think this is going to be a big fight scene. You got pillars to hide behind. And which pillar in the room? So I guess I would just roll a d4, right? Let's see if I can do this in one. One d4. Hard to write on this one. But I do a d4 and roll a pillar. That's just fun. Room of 4 massive pillars rise from the water. At the end of the chamber lies a coiled upon missive ornately decorated throne. Some pillars, Naceline's merfolk guards stand watch upon the pillars, ready to strike. Naceline, she doesn't feel threatened by the party and will try to convince them they should become merfolk. This is, again, one of those moments where one of my players will be like, yeah, I would love to be a merfolk. Players, I know you want to play monsters. I understand. I get it. Tactic won't join the fight unless attacked or one of her guard have fallen. Okay. So now we go back to here. I think this is the last room. This is our big bad fight. Temple, the Emerald Temple level 3. Again, describing how to run this entire area. Fully submerged space, ceilings 20 foot high, danger levels unsafe, roll for every 3 rounds. Random encounter is a water elemental. There's no question. It just fucking is. Just is super awesome. Vault corridor, an expansive chamber bathed in glow emitted by algae clinging to the walls and ceiling. Whirlpools churn and twist about the room. Beyond the current, several alcoves glint from treasure. Whirlpools. A water elemental has been used tasking to protect the vault. It lives in the pool and won't show itself unless someone gets sucked into one of its whirlpools. DC 12 to swim, very kind. Could have been a 9. At the bottom of your chart table, too, if you're making notes, at the very bottom, put the difficulties for Shadowdark across the bottom in case you don't remember. And then if I'm in a room and I know a general room is going to be difficult, I just circle whatever I want the difficulty to be for the room. Works great. Works every time. So you know, like, everything's a 15, go up and down from there. Everything's an 18, go up or down from there, so on and so on. It helps. Treasure, 700 gold. Yo, people getting rich out of here. This is a level plus. You're getting a level plus out of this place. Pretty close. Trident of the Tides. Trident encrusted in barnacles and coral with a shimmering pearl embedded in its base. Wielder can cast wizard spell control water. Makes sense. Wizards in here. Smart little tie together. Again, like, the thematics in this one are very clean. Amulet of Drowning Depths, a swirling blue gemstone set in silver frame, grants the ability to breathe underwater and swims in currents with ease. Okay, so really simple. This is what the amulet does. Man, I want that during the fight. And then we go over here. So there's no end here. There's just the last room of the fight. We don't really have like a close of it. Am I missing something? Maybe there is one. I'm going to scroll back through. But I would love like a what to do. Like maybe that last person spoiled it for me. In the all text one that we had, maybe they spoiled it for me. So we got our merfolk, our where to find, and our tie colors. We got 2 new things. Ocean Claim Warriors coated in barnacles on their upper human halves and fish tails. Very clean. No special abilities. Just a trident. They have a lot of physical and a +1 intelligence. I could see this being a really good ancestry. Something to think about. Like, this could be a really good ancestry for people. I'm going to make a note. Especially since you're letting people become a merfolk, it would be cool to have as an ancestry. I'm actually going to go back to my notes here. And I want to write a couple of my brain dumps here. What do I want? Love to see the covers. Again, I would like to see the covers and how they inspired, like, physically. I would also say, I want something weird. While that isn't a requirement, the books are called Weird Tales. I want something that's got like something odd about it. While not a missed mark, I would love to see the ancestry of a merfolk. I think that would be a great addition if I could spell today. And the reason I say that, if we go back to this PDF, they have space. You could easily, like right here, fit that in. Right below the Wandering Merchant, we could fit that ancestry in there, which would be super cool to see. Smart play of going the wide. And again, the rule was, if it says 8 pages, you're good. And I know why they did it this way. Because they saw that we only had 8 pages. Like, nah, I'm going to get 15. Fuck you. and that's smart. I can't diss that at all. Like, my brain thought about it. I was like, oh, is this cheating? But it's not, because that's the format that we get. So really smart play of turning it sideways. I almost did the same damn thing. You beat me to it. Overall, I like this. I wanted to look at the tie color. Sorry, before we go ahead to my final kind of thoughts on it. So, draped in ceremonial robes, adorned in seashells and coral, skin is deep, shimmering blue, with eyes glowing a soft, eerie light. So, decent, low AC, okay hit points. First level character could fight these things. Snare, DC 13 focus when humanoid target within near paralyzed for the duration. Basically, as long as I keep focusing on it, they stay there. That's powerful. Control water, int spell again, DC 14, focus. Within fire, you can move and shape water. You can cause a section of water up to 100 foot in width and depth to change its shape, defy gravity, or flow in a different direction. That is powerful. And then Jolt, DC 12. For one target, 2d6 damage. If in water, all close take a d4 damage. This is a smart use at a single target spell with an AoE option. Very smart. I can see players comboing this with some create water. Super great. I actually really like this a lot. That's a great piece. This here, honestly, this would be a fantastic item in the game. I didn't see a magical item, really. Did I miss a magical item anywhere? I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Trident of the Tides. Okay, so he has them here. So there are some magical items. So let's go back up to the top here. I'm going to save this so I can save all my notes in case I want to go back to it, or if anyone reaches out to me, I'll have these saved as well, just in case they're interested. I'm not doing like elaborate notes. I'm just kind of taking as I go. This free review stuff, I want to give them at least something to go by. I think it's clean. I think it was fun. I think it reminds me of a traditional dungeon crawl. I'm going to put that down here. We're going to go back to my notes, and then we're going to go review this. Traditional dungeon crawl, very on theme for what they presented. I think they nailed that. So let's go back to this and vote. Let's see what we can do here. I'd like to rate the submission, please. All right. Effective use of assigned Weird Tales cover elements. I'm going to go back to where they discussed this to make sure that I am remembering what they have. But my initial vibe for this, I'm going to mark these and not click anything. The Weird Tale assignment, like I remember them saying they used the coastal and the water areas. They described what all of them were. Again, even if it was black and white, I think the covers would have done you more justice than not having the covers here. You know what I mean? Like I want more, I want to be able to, the reason covers exist is to let someone look at it and go, I need to read this, play it, whatever it is. When we had the cover, if we had the cover from the ones that you pulled from, it would have been very similar. I think even looking at this piece, these could have been moved up a touch in formatting. This could have been moved to the side, and you could have put your three covers right here, like right in this space. If the covers were there, it would allow us to look at it as we were reading what you were doing, or above it, move this above it even, so that we could look at it while we're reading it. Because I don't know what Under the N Ray is, the Queen of Black Coast. I don't know what the Black Master is. I don't know what any of these covers look like. So again, I think that's missing. I love that you gave us what you used in Deep AI. I think with Deep AI, you could have got some more art for your piece. A little art would have helped break up the word salad, as I like to say. The maps helped. I will say that. It was a smart play breaking up the maps. So our categories that we're supposed to do for this are inspiration, usability, and playability. Look, this is I would say 4 or a 5 on practicality and playability at the game table. I think a little bit more either art for the creatures or I love that we have maps. I think that makes it really playable. I think a 4 is solid. I think a little bit of art would have went further, but this is 100% practical. No, you know what? This is 5. It is practical. It's 100%. Is it? No, it's 4. I want art. I'm sorry. I'm fighting with myself here publicly. I want a little bit more art in here. This is about making a submission that is a full adventure. A 4. 100% playable, though. 100% playable, nuts to butts. Probably with only rereading it. Like, I read this once, and I could sit down and run this. So 4 is a good score. Effective use of the Weird Tales. I don't know what they fucking look like. I really need to know what they look like. And it's not I would have to go like Google search, find them, hunt them down. There is an archive, but I'm not going to do that for a review today. Inspiration, effective use of assigned weird tables called cover elements. I didn't see it. I'm giving it a 2. I needed to see more. I need to see what it was. You did have a better description, but I don't know what those titles don't evoke anything for me. That's not their fault, but not putting the covers is. Overall atmosphere and vibe of the supplement. Okay, 1, always on theme, way on brand, kept to what they said they were going to do. All of that is really good. It's very concise. It's easy to look things up. They bolded things. They gave you page numbers at the end. All the things that as a GM I look for. They gave us a map. It's broken up very cleanly. And it is a dungeon crawl. So you do kind of have to give a dungeon map for a good dungeon crawl. But I wanted something weird out of the supplement. And for clarity, let's go back really quick. Really quick. I want to go to the Game Jam. And I want to look at the overview. I did this before, but I just want to redo it for myself and for all of you who are looking at this. This is the part that I'm reading. Introduction, include a paragraph in the introduction of the errata detailing which weird table covers inspired your adventure and how those elements presented in your submission. They did that. I guess I just really want a picture of the covers. And I'm going to grade all of the ones I do that way because I've started that way. I'm not going to change it now. I think it's pivotal to having those there. But what I was coming here to look for, actually, is if it needed to be weird. All artwork included in the Weird Game Jams. Chris paints is there anything that says incredible science fiction world receiving writer's inspiration from randomly assigned covers of classic weird tales, pulp fantasy novelettes from the 1920s and 1930s? Whether you're a seasoned developer or just getting started, this is your chance to showcase your creativity and contribute to the Shadowdark universe. We'll have an entire duration of the Game Jam submissions. Visit 3 randomly assigned weird tales covers. Click through the assigner. Players. Okay, I mean, it doesn't say to be weird. My brain just says I want weird. I want weird. I think it's necessary. I'm going to give this a 3. I think they got the drowned environment really well done. It is something that I would do. I think the loot table is wonderful. Like 100% wonderful. So I'm going to go and grab this again. This is one of, and I have looked through other ones, just scrolled through them. I haven't reviewed or really read any of them. So let me paste for the live review. Oops, this is backwards, actually. All right, here we go. Correct. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, thanks. So what do I want to say? What a well laid out, concise, and clean format. Great job on getting so many pages. Because they were really smart about how they did this. The 100 item loot table was honestly the star of the show. Second up was letting the GM know how know the light, size, water, and risk level at the start of each map section. Keep making awesome. Looking forward to more designs. All right. And I went to an art school. I do believe 100% on constructive criticism. Being a negative Nancy and tearing apart someone's work doesn't do anything good for them to make more. I would rather give them constructive feedback on how to make something than to blow them apart. Now, Wizards of the Coast, AAA studios, little different story. You will definitely see me get heated about that stuff. So I'm going to save my rating, and I'm going to post my comment, and we're done with this one. So that's 2. I mean, I got time for one more. I can do one more on air here. I need some water, though. I need some water. And I want to do the next one. I'm curious to see what this next one is. Can I go back? I want to see if I can quickly... Let's go to overview. Let's go to Weird Game. So this is how this works, by the way. That's what I was looking for. You basically click this, and it gives you 3 covers. So I wanted to see more of these covers in those things. Some people have done that. I did it. I've seen some other people have as well. So we go to submission page. Let's go to view a random submission. I want to leave it on this page. We've done 2 in the upper left. I'm going to go grab water really quick. I'm going to move you over to my ads really quick just to run some alchemy. I'll be back up in like 2 minutes, everybody. Take a piss break, get something to drink. I'm going to say hi downstairs, and then I'll come back up and I'm going to review the third one here. So stick around. I'm only going to be gone for a couple of minutes. Ooh. I don't know if you take requests, but I'd love to see what you think of Weird West and Alien Hideaway by Ryan. Was here in chat not long ago. Is that the Skiffy? Was that the one that's black with the guy with the big red mane on it? If that's the one you're thinking of, drop me. I don't know if you can drop a link in here. I'm in Discord. Ping me a link in Discord, and I will take a look. If I have time, I will. Because I don't think we're supposed to pick. I think we're supposed to randomize, right? I'm happy to look at some other people's stuff here. But first, water. No, not that one. I just remember a guy with a big red mane that looked like it was sci-fi. So, all right, I'll be back in just a minute. Let's get to our alchemy ads, and we'll go from there. Hold on here. Whoop. And I'll let this run. I'll be back in just a minute, everybody. We left off on Morkborg. I'll skip to the next.
Back and relax and lend Alchemy RPG your ear for a moment. Prepare yourselves for an experience like no other. Now in full Technicolor.
All right, we're back. Wasn't gone long. It was quick. It was quick. I mean, I'll review some other stuff as well going forward. Right now, I'm just reviewing my 5. We'll see what we get with the 5. But I think I'm going to do this again on Sunday after it's done to review some more. Mostly it's a time thing, because obviously reviewing this way takes a lot more time than just me blasting through it on my own and checking it out. I need some more music here. What else has White Bat put out? Let's do this one. All right. So we have one more pulled up already. Let's go through here and see what we got. Honestly, ping me the ones that you guys are interested in me looking over, though. I am happy to look over them. Maybe I'll just record a separate one and send it out, or maybe I'll do them on Sunday for you. But definitely drop me a link in Discord, and I'll take a look. So it's time to do our randomizer. Let's see what we get. See if we get something else. Maybe we'll get something special. Maybe not. Maybe we'll get something random. Maybe I'll get my own. How hilarious would it be if I got my own? I don't know if it'll let you do that, but it would be really funny. Like, oh, 5 stars straight down. So let's see what we get here. We're going to start and do a random. Ooh, I like the cover. They did the... Okay. They already did some stuff that I was doing. A little comment to Itch. This black... I wish our background, I wish you could put a second background here to match, or a blurred version of this versus a solid color. But I did the same thing. I did the same thing as this person did. So what do we got here? I got yours. Look at this. Skiffy. All right, well, guess what we're doing, everybody? Guess what we're doing? Orion, what's up? We got it. All right, so let's go back in here. Add this in. Delete it out. Let's get... I need to... Ooh, we didn't mean to do that. Let me just cut and paste this. Go like... This. Oh, you know what? I think I messed up the YouTube review. Shit. I'll have to go back and edit that comment. I messed up. This is the link to them. It wasn't the YouTube review link. I need the YouTube review link. Hold on here. I'm gonna pull myself up here. Shit, I'm an idiot. This is what happens when you do this stuff all day, right? Let me recut this. I'm gonna go check, fix this review I just did, as I feel like I messed up. So let me go back to here, open a new tab. And then I want to go to my comments. Oh, I did put it. Oh, thank God. I thought I screwed it up. You saw your cover earlier and you panicked. Why? Nah, man. I'm doing constructive criticism. Nothing. I'm not being negative Nancy about this. Don't you worry. I'm not blowing people up. We're all friends here. Unless I don't like you, then you already know the answer. All right, so let's download this. Again, if I give a 5-star to anything, I will buy it. Okay, we got multiple things here. We got the mine. I love that you put all this stuff in. This is something I wanted to do as well, but time just wasn't part of it. So let's download this one. Open it up. Let's open it. And then I'm going to save this and close it just to save real estate. All right. Okay. I see some immediate work on your logo, or your cover. You age this thing. I am a Wild West fan. I'm going to download these other pieces as well, just because I'm curious about what they are. And I'll pull them up on screen for myself really quick. So we got a isometric map. I love isometric maps as a cartographer. I do a lot of isometric work. This here, you know what? I hope these are in the book. I'm going to have a lot to talk about here, bud. A lot to talk about as a designer to designer. I think you're going to be surprised with some of the things I'm going to say. That's okay. I assume after working on the internet for as long as I have, that most people don't speak English as a first language. So don't worry, man. Not a big deal. All right, everybody. So let's get our time together. Let's make sure we are in the Hideaway page so that I can comment. Where is my ability to rate it? Let's refresh this. Okay, here we go. There we go. So we got our rating page up. We have our comments. Does this have comments as well? It does. I'm just going to close this one. And I'm going to close this one because I made sure I didn't screw it up. And I make sure I didn't screw this one up. Let me refresh it. I did screw this one up. I knew I screwed one up. Can I edit this? Good. I feel bad. I wanted this person to have the link to the show. Not a random link. It was my fault. All right. This doesn't seem right. Did I do that wrong? Share. Copy. Weird that it says that. There we go. Ha! God damn it. I don't want to put me on it. Why is it embedding the link this way now? Fuck it. This person gets a picture too. I hope they understand that it's so they can watch it if they want to watch it. Whatever. All right, so let's get our timing down. We are at 2:32:22. 2:32:22. All right. So 2:32:22. This is again for me, so I know what the time frame is. I'm going to delete that, and then we are going to move this over, and I'm going to paste it, hit enter, and back it up. All right. So let's get into this review, everybody. So this is the cover. Already happy that we got a cover. Bravo for getting a cover in 8 pages. The retro feel. You got the edged and worn down pieces. So for my show for ETHUANTIA, for many years I ran Penny Dreadfuls, and this takes me back to that kind of piece. So fun, clean, like it. What the fuck is that thing? Okay. Went color. First of our full color submissions. Pulp weird fantasy adventure for 3rd level characters. Nice. Now, I am going to put this in a 2-page spread. I think. No, I won't. Because it'll be easier for you guys to see this way. I love isometric maps. And I am a big fan of doing plot webs and maps with pieces integrated on it like this to teach people. Like, I've already read the adventure, right? I already read the adventure. So that means that you get to look at this and use this as a guideline as you go through. I'm a big fan of this style. I call them plotted adventures. I have one. I think one of my 3 is still up on DriveThruRPG. I need to start making them again. The hurdle I hit, I was doing audio guided. And audio guided adventures make a PDF very large. So I made them a separate downloadable track. I think it's under Crimson Chains or Iron Isles, one of those two, Really fun set piece. I have 3 of them. I should really put the rest of them out. But they are audio guided. You take your notes. You draw on this plot web that I had. So, love this. Love the map. Did you do the map, or did you find the map somewhere and build around it? Both are 100% acceptable. Yep, it's a control panel. You got it. You got it. So let's read through this. Let me scroll. I'm going to scroll through the whole thing first, and then we're going to decide where we're going to start reading. I'm going to come back to the map. I don't want to start here. I want to see what this stuff is. That's good that it's there, but I want to see what the inspiration is. And I'm going to... No, don't ruin anything, Ryan. Don't ruin anything. Don't ruin anything. Let's see what I figure out. I'll ask you some questions afterwards. Don't ruin anything. Shh. Cover as your wife. Awesome. So if I ask you a question, though, obviously feel free to answer. All right, so inspiration. So they've got the covers in here. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see these. Inspired by these covers, I conceived an alien versus cowboy adventure. Look, everybody loves cowboys and aliens. Weird Tales. Alien abduction theme was a no-brainer after seeing the chilling cover of Volume 44, Issue 1, November 1951. You even put the dates in. I couldn't believe Houdini, the Master of Escapes, had written a short story in Volume 3, Issue 3, March 1992. Captured character on the cover was icing on the cake for the adventure. Okay, nice. And then, complete concept, I incorporated the image of the cowboy fleeing from a ghost from Volume 3, Issue 1, December 1923, January 1924, creating a unique blend of genres. I agree. Boom. Out of the box. This is smart. Hey, leave that there. Spoiler. Very awesome. I love how that is done. Thank you for adding that. You went with a 3-column format, so you already broke the stride of the 2-column format for Shadowdark. I think that's okay because of the fact that they told us to make basically 8.5 by 11 pieces, when that's not traditionally what you do for Shadowdark unless it's landscape. So I get the 3-column format. I almost did the same thing. So last week, the powers of evil rose in fury as they have always done. People began to vanish, and eerie lights emanated from an abandoned mine. The sheriff's deputy was dispatched to Harbor Town to seek assistance. So we immediately know what we're in for, what we're doing. That was last week. So we got a little timeline running up. Enjoyed. As somebody who put an event table in mind based on 24 hours, I like the little run-up. It's a fun way of writing adventures. I don't think all adventures should do it, but it is a fun way to set the tone for what you're about to get into. Yesterday, a group of strangers, the players, arrived in town, siding with a surge in ghostly activity and the appearance of a thick fog. Fog is never good in any game. You got this little kind of homage here to the whole Wild West feel. Hook. There are some ideas for how the players got into the situation. So this is important when you are doing an open-ended piece, and looking at this map up here, it's got a little bit of an open-ended feel for what's going on. So I love the fact that you're giving us hooks for what's going on, right? So let's see here. Lost in Time is the first one. Hailing from a bygone era of swords and shining armor, you find yourself stranded in this unfamiliar world. A cosmic anomaly has transported you across time, and your journey home will be fraught with challenges. So this is smart, since Shadowdark is not got firearms and things like that. I am curious to see how they're going to handle people picking up guns and going back home, like muskets and revolvers and stuff like that. Once we got into shell casings for firearms, it really changed kind of how game mechanics had to work. And I'm saying this as someone, my home setting that I use Dragonbane for used to be Pathfinder and many other editions of different games over the years, is ETHUANTIA, and it's soulpunk Victorian horror. It's a time of myth and legends where the monsters live at the outskirts of society. There's no more water left in the world, and it is filled with these dark, eerie tides. But the big thing is purgatory is gone and souls roam the landscape. And I ran into the problem of how the fuck am I going to handle firearms? And at the time, 3.0. Because things change when you bring a firearm into play. And honestly, weapons always outpace armor or protection. So, Cool to see that they've given us one version. Outlaws on the trail, renowned for your skills as Western outlaws, you find yourself in a strange adventure. Arriving in this town by chance, you become entangled in a web of mystery. So this seems like you're also swaying this so that other people can use it for other game systems. I'm curious to see how you handle mechanics as we go through, because this is a Shadowdark adventure. But I do like that you're making it so that it could be used by other people. Supernatural Seekers. As renowned paranormal investigators, you've heard rumors of Houdini's visit to a decaying mining town. Intrigued by potential for a new discovery, you decided to delve in the mysteries surrounding this location. I'm a big Houdini fan. I love anything to do with magic. I've always enjoyed it. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin now, so there's a little bit more. It's kind of was like the tipping point for Harry Houdini's life out here. So I like this kind of paranormal stuff. So you have time travel, well, paranormal travel. Paranormal? I said that wrong. Anomaly transferred for medieval shining in swords to now. Part of this time frame, outlaws or supernatural if you have a lot of magic people. Smart. I really do like that style. Ryan says that the power of evil rose is one of the cover. Gotcha. And then overview. Designed for level 3 characters, you're really nailing it. No real sway. Weird West Alien Hideaway offers a classic adventure experience within the Shadowdark system, exploring a variety of locations, teaming with rewards, challenges, and interact with a diverse cast of NPCs who face their own trials. Ooh, boy. If anyone knows me, and I have a few people in the audience that definitely do, I'm a huge fan of the Frankhouse dilemma. And I believe that this is going to give me the ability to just deal fucking dilemmas out, like playing cards, which is one of my favorite things to do to my players. I love to make them make choices. Fuck, it's the name of mine is a choice of life for my submission. So you're already hitting some notes for me on a personal level that I enjoy. So the adventure adds a unique twist by combing classic Wild West setting with futuristic elements and aliens. Before I read too much more, I want to see what else is in here. Beautiful town piece. I love the little stamp, roll 1d20, nice layout. This feels a little Tales from the Loop in the layout. Nothing wrong with that. Just referencing where things come from. You did it. This is where we were going to come. I wanted to know, did you give us weapons? And you fucking did, sir. For nothing more than, even if I didn't write this or run this, I would use it to have firearms in the game. I think that is super awesome. I think that right now, looking at this, have an editor go through it and put this bitch up for sale. That's my designer to designer. That's how I would do this. You got a gun duel mini game. You added something fun in. This is before we're going to go through this, but I just want to jump through. I like the handwritten notes on stuff. I think that's great. You have the NPC stats. We'll get into all that. Random event and locations. Cultists. Great layout. Great layout. And then this is what I was looking for, because these are things we have to look for. Writing, photography, and editing and design. Orion Starr, name of the company. Cover. That's from the lady. That's awesome. Fonts, you put what fonts you did. I didn't put what fonts I used, to be honest. I didn't see it as a requirement, and I could, but I ran out of space. I need another page. I definitely ran into that. Product Shadowdark RPG. Awesome. Okay. I just wanted to check all the minor points. Minor points. Because if you don't hit the minor points, you're supposed to just throw it out, right? So, back up here. Full Moon Cult. This is where we're starting what the baddies are. Sinister cult has emerged from within the town, worshiping a celestial beings of the moon. I have a moon as well. These cults are kidnapping townsfolk and transporting them in the mines for experimentation by the moon aliens. I recognize some of these design decisions. Why do you say that, Nick? Hey, you learn from other people. It's not copying, man. Every experience you have in your life just makes you better at what you do. And if you do it directly, credit. If not, you're inspired. Or if you take it as a jumping off point to do more, nothing wrong with that. You're following a good thing. I tried to break the mold in the entire adventure I did. Nick, because they're from mine. Smart. Deny the cult leader, roll a d20. The selected NPC is the cult leader and will exhibit unusual behavior, often deviating from their typical routine. See page 8 for more information. Do I see what I think I see? Is that a hyperlink, sir? That is a hyperlink. We all know the rules. We all know the rules. A hyperlink drink is in effect, everybody. So I love this. Identify the cult leader. It's random. It gives replayability. That is smart, open-ended game design that still fits the confines of the adventure. Determine which NPC will be abducted by the cultist. Reroll if the select NPC is the cultist and transformed into a ghost. Okay, this whole block is excellent. Smart. Thank you. The ghost. These haunting apparitions are actually holographic phantoms conjured by alien technology. When they possess the memories of the individuals they impersonate, their true purpose is to deter townsfolk from leaving. If necessary, these spectral beings will resort into intimidation or even violence against the players. As somebody who does a lot of things with ghosts, in my set pieces, I use the colors of their ethereal and non-material beings to denote their emotions, and they flicker through them. A little toss back to the old mood stones we used to get as kids. But really, it comes from Crimson Peak, the movie, is how I was doing it. So I love that you have ghosts in here. I love the town. You don't need a map for it if you have a nice spread like this. What I may think about doing, and this is just like if you want to level it up, make a separate layer in Adobe, in Acrobat, and then have pieces that come down and mark what the buildings are so you can turn them on and off. Know what I'm saying? And then you can turn them on and off. So if you have to show the players, you can or can't. I love the idea of having this, just the spread of this. Very smart. Who did you do the art for this, or is this art from somewhere? That is a question I do have for you, Ryan. So let's go through. We're going from this to, I think this is our list of NPCs? Roll a d20. Yep. So we got our roll a d20. I love that this is here. I'd make this more prominent. I'll put that bitch maybe even across the back underneath it or something. So Houdini the magician, a traveler magician that seeks paranormal. Dude, if he's the bad guy, he's impartial and wants to understand the situation. Joshua, obviously, I'm guessing this motherfucker's the sheriff, right? The old sheriff Elizabeth's husband, great. Art's public domain, thank you, Ryan. Hey, public domain's great. It's perfect. Jeremiah Jones, solitary gunman, quiet. He has a secret lover. Roll a d10 plus 10 to determine who he's having an affair with. This random chart and plot web that you're making is awesome. I personally, as a GM, would have a piece of paper. I would draw that first person I roll, and I would start drawing plot webs out to see how everyone's interconnected. If you've ever played Fiasco, I'm getting some Fiasco, or from my time running murder mysteries. Like I used to do a dinner theater movie murder mysteries, and I also did one on a train growing up. This definitely has that kind of vibe. Simple, clean, randomized, always usable. Honestly, great convention game so far. Zeke Wright, farmer, humble, Martha's husband. Silas Snake Eyes, what is this? This I would have maybe bumped down. I don't like hyphenating people's names. This is just me nitpicking. You just run into problems. Fact. Ryan, I 100% agree with you. We learn through emulation. It's smart. It's smart. But I would have bumped this. This is just me talking as a designer. I will do everything in my power to never have to hyphenate something like this. But Cooper is what it is. A skilled and ruthless poker player, drinks a lot. Miner before the mine was closed, knows the place. We have Caleb, Call Miner. town doctor. He can do it all together with his wife, Clara. Okay, so there's another person, Cal. Elias Preacher Adams, priest, old and wise. Levy, or Livy. I like that you're giving a duel if you want to change it. I think that's what that's for. An angry ex-soldier that owns the only general store in town. Esther's husband. Samson Sam. Oh, so that's just their nickname, Livy, not gender swap. Either way, I don't care. It's nice that you're giving like nicknames and stuff. I like that part of it. Strange, simple-minded labor man, Billy or Bill Carter, friendly saloon owner, and Sarah's husband. He's incapable of keeping a secret. Is this got a little Westworld vibe? Did you watch some Westworld? Was that Orion? Was that an inspiration for this? Is there some Westworld going on here? Yeah, nickname. Oh yeah, I got that. Sarah Sally Carter, strong, smart woman that runs the saloon, Billy's wife. You get a really good establishment of who lives in this town. Abigail Abby Wells, teacher, young woman, beautiful. Yeah, whatever you want. End of the day, if you pick a gender to play that role, to me that role is supposed to be that gender. But if it was going to be something in the story later, I was wondering as I'm looking over it. I'm thinking out loud. I'm brain dumping. Martha Marty White, farmer, hard worker, Ezekiel's wife, Penelope Penny Carter, the eldest daughter of the saloon owner. She wants to find true love. You could really play this up for your bards in your party. Bard came out for Shadowdark and another PDF, if you don't know. Clary Miller, Caleb's wife. She helps in some medical procedures as she likes to cultivate flowers. Okay, nice. Elizabeth Lizzie Turner, the old lady sheriff wife. She is a cunning and acts as if she owns the town. This woman's gonna be a problem if she gets the bad guy on the D20 roll. Rosie O'Donnell, the irony. Saloon singer. She aspires to be famous. Yeah, she did too. Oh God. Claire Hare. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Willow Root, she is a native to this land and doesn't like outsiders. She can commune with nature and predict weather. Powerful person. Esther S.E. Thomas, Libby's wife. She loves him, but everyone knows they don't sleep in the same bed since she returned from war. This sounds like someone having some heated, maybe some night terrors or something along those lines. Amelia Amy Johnson, this young woman was an orphan and lives in the church, helping take care of the orphans. She wants to be a bounty hunter to one day avenge her family. She knows about Arthur's ghost. This is something fun too as a GM. If I had a player die during this, I would offer this NPC up as a possible new character to play. Like, hey, would you like to play Amy or Aaron or whatever you want to name them? But I think this would be a great way to bring full circle if someone dies and bring them right back into the tale as things are going on. This is the GM notes of things that I like to do. I didn't get to do it in mine, but I usually do margins that you can turn on and off to have a bunch of GM notes when I do final layout. And I think that's a really good place for something like that. Super cool. And then we got Arthur. I think this is a little bit of Red Dead, is what I'm seeing here. Arthur. He's a real ghost and wants to find someone that can win a duel to hand his legendary pistol to a worthy gunman. He has a +8 in duel for the role, which we saw that there was a game coming up, which is super cool. He always disarms the opponent and disappears for the day. Someone with a duel against him, if someone wins a duel against him, he will reveal the location of his legendary pistol loaded with 10 magic bullets. Awesome setup. Now we get into some fun things. Obviously, you meant to make this an M. I really don't care. Revolver. A repeating handgun. I don't want that clicked. A repeating handgun with a revolving cylinder that holds multiple cartridges. $50, 50 gold pieces. So you just went for a 1-for-1 to make it easy. ranged, gunshot, far is the distance. 1d12, properties, ammo, gun. So you didn't make guns have any properties that were special so far besides ammo and guns. So I want to look at the rule for ammo. This weapon can fire 6 shots before needing to be reloaded. Reloading this weapon requires 2 actions. Something that I would add into here as a GM running is a speed loader, which you can preload those. And that speed loader takes an item slot, but you can reload with 1 action. Be a cool little piece. I have it in ETHUANTIA. My players use it all the time for reloading. It's super cool. There's where it is. There's where they're special. Guns ignore armors and shield when calculating the AC of the target. Guns can be used by fighters and thieves. So you made it simple. Nobody else can use them, huh? No rangers, no nothing. This would be a GM caveat, I think, later on, where a GM is going to offer some other things. What I could see, if you want to ever expand upon this, make a gunslinger classes. Classes are so fun to make for Shadowdark. I'm in the middle of making my 3rd or 4th one right now. I've made a Lancer, which is in mine. It's in Choice of Life has it. And then I made a Dungeon Chef, and I'm working on a Cyanide right now. So rifle, long-barreled arm. It has ammo and gun. It's a revolver 6-shot as well. $190 ranged, gunshot far. This is where you get weird. I think for this one, and this, again, is not counting against you for really grading, but to balance, I would say that this, I would do is double near, right? Near. Because then that's 60 foot. Because anything out of 60 foot of range, you really run into some problems shooting old Western pistols. And then I would have kept the rifle far, and that kind of delineates the difference besides damage is also range. Just something to think about. Got some rifle ammo down here. Magic weapon, legendary Arthur's pistol. Legendary pistol requires special, requires its a special ammo. I think you just mean special ammo. When fired, it can be placed. Ooh, when fired, it can pierce force fields like the ones created by the alien's armor. I like this. You need this bitch right away. D12, same thing. Gunner's badge, mystical image that represents your experience as a gunner. $60, gun defense. Oh, okay. I see where you're going with this. Dynamite, obviously boom booms. Let's get it done. I would allow wicks for this. What is thrown property? Gun defense. You can stack this defense up to 3 times, adding +2 to your AC against the gunshot attacks. This only works if you're not wearing armor. Gunner's badges can be used by fighters and thieves. Smart. No, you know what? You don't have to be there. Firearms don't need to be realistic unless you're making a realistic game. Obviously, Cowboys and Aliens, we're not there. The reason that I say that you should do that is to differentiate the guns besides just damage. So rifles, long range of far would be cool. You'll notice that there's monsters and stuff in Shadowdark that have double near. And I think that's a good spot to maybe put double near for a range. It's fun. I mean, nothing wrong. They can be used just as they are. And then we got our gunner's duel, our gun duel minigame. You can always challenge other gunslingers to a gun duel, and you can determine who wins. You can follow the simple procedure. You both participate and are ready for a duel. You need to make rock, paper, scissors game. If someone won the rock, paper, scissors contest, the winner has advantage in the duel. So they quick draw. They did it quicker. This is a really smart game, man. This is super fun. Both participants make opposed dexterity checks. Fighters can add their weapon proficiency if they are proficient with the gun he is using. Oh, you mean for like the fighter class. I see. So you're letting them carry that over. The winner hits the opponent and can choose where they hit with a 15+ check. They can choose to disarm the opponent when hitting the opponent's weapon. Nice. In case of a draw, determine if someone gets shot against their AC. If both are hit, the duel is a draw. If one is hit, the other's a winner. This is a very elegant way to do this. Super fun. I can see everyone sitting around doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot, and then nailing this at a convention. This, I'll be honest, there's a chance I might run this at Gamehole Con here in October. I have a really fun idea for it. So we have our NPC stats now, which are cool. Whoops, I did that wrong. I should have just scribbled the whole thing. There we go. Houdini the Magician, old magician that escaped from everything in a miraculous way. Spellcaster, you can cast 7 random spells of levels 1 to 4. Same thing I said earlier, if people don't know. If you go into wizard spells, I'm just going to show this. I don't feel like pulling the PDF up. I could, but I'm not going to. If you go into spells, and you look at how spell list work for, what is that, a wizard you said? So wizard spells, each one, I'll go to the big screen, each one has 12. I'm literally just going to write numbers down the side of mine here. I don't give a shit. And just roll a d12. So if you get random spells from 1 to 4, I would just roll X amount of 1, X amount of 2, X amount of 3, X amount of 4. Problem solved. He has spells. Super fun, though, that you're giving us a wizard. I like that. Josh Turner, old sheriff in town. You stat blocked a lot of the major people. I like this. 17 against gunshots, so he's obviously wearing a badge. Revolver. So there's a lot of spots that people can get a revolver. And I do like that you are using a new armor by giving them a badge. Very similar. A lot of games do shields and stuff like that, so it's cool that you have that. Jeremiah, a stoic gunman that is always looking for the next worthy opponent. Ready to fight. A revolver again. Holographic Phantom. So now we're getting into some of that weird stuff. Semi-transparent doppelganger. One of my favorite monsters. For those who know, you know. AC 10. He's immune to all mundane damage. Can only be damaged by magic or magical weapons. Okay, this guy's dangerous. Moon Cultist. I have Moon Cultist in mine. A fanatic and lunatic person who wants nothing more than to serve the moon beings. Awesome. Totally different worships, though. I'll tell you that. Gas mask. Important. You're making the items important, too, I'm guessing, when we get back up to that beautiful map. And then alien. Huge eyes, red skin, who come to Earth to study humans, begin conquering the world. 17, plus 2 alien armor, 19 health, laser pistol, D8 plus disintegrate or laser dagger plus disintegrate. Alien armor reduces all damage by half, acts like a force field. The force field is pierced, the property stops working. Awesome concept, very, very elegant solution. Smart. Anytime I write something for Shadowdark, I go, was this elegant? If it's no, I rewrite it. That's how I've been doing it. Not saying I'm perfect at it, but that's my internal monologue. Disintegrate. If a target is reduced to less than half the HP, the target needs to make a DC 12 dex to escape being disintegrated. Alien atmosphere can only breathe in poisonous gas inside the mine. Oxygen instantly kills them. So grappling them and dragging them out would be a good way. You got some fun art again here. We got random locations and events. So you got the town locations, saloon, stuff like that. You know, drawing those lines on the map, what might be better than doing the area where you add the tabs is maybe just adding lines and a line and letting the person running it fill it in. I love when people at home get to make things their own. I dropped something. So if you're going to run a game and the GM is going to be able to do an adventure where there are random locations, having that little line for them to fill in, awesome idea. Event description, this tells you where everyone is. You got the town locations. Let's undo this. This section here, we can do this. This here is awesome. The fact that you have this kind of whole concept and you have Snake Eyes is drunk and singing. Bill is gossiping about somebody. Sheriff is walking. You're basically taking all the ideas that we have and put them into this chart. And then you got birds are found dead. Do you just roll once and it's the line across, or do you mix and match? Like, do I roll saloon and all the animals are scared? Let me take a look at this. So I highlighted these ones here. And my question is, when you roll this D20, do you roll twice or do you roll one? I guess you just roll once because stables, the animals are scared. Stables, Jeremiah is sneaking around. I mean, I guess you could swap them. I think I would swap them. I think I would kind of swap them around. cultist mutations to determine the cult leader you could choose. Awesome. Thank you, Ron. For those who don't know. To determine the cult leader's daily mutations, you roll d10. The leader will attempt to conceal these charges to maintain their identity. So you got reptilian draws, yellow eyes, hairless, alien lungs. Strong, alien antenna, fast movement. I didn't mean to highlight all that. Let me delete that. Fast movement, ferocious appetite, craving brains. Okay. Resilient body, and durable red skin. So now let's go up. We know all of our set pieces, right? We have all the set pieces. We know what's going on. Now let's look at this. I feel like this is our adventure, which is how I love to write adventures as well. I am going to go to a 2-page spread just to see if it's a little easier to read. No, it's not. Ah, it's not those 2 pages though. Hold on. Hold on. See if it'll do it. No. All right. I just opened it up. He has them as a separate download. Just letting it do its thing. Hopefully it doesn't crash it, because we all know. We all know how Adobe Acrobat likes to play. Hey, Star Drew! We're reviewing, I had to review 5 Weird Tales. We're doing our 3rd one right now. I don't know if I'll finish them all tonight, but on stream, I might do them separate. This is getting late. So the mine. The entrance is obstructed by weathered planks. The mine is dark and filled with poisonous gas. But only aliens and creatures wearing gas masks can breathe. Top of the pillar in the middle. By the way, I am reading here. Let me get the marker out. I am here for those who are wanting to know. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So this is the entrance here, poisonous gas. You can see what's here. Atop the pillar and made of room, faintly glowing blue orb emanating soft light. Touching the orb causes the floor to descend, and it also emits an alarm that alerts the aliens. Touching the orb with the half moon found in room 4 activates a mechanism that allows you to ascend and descend the floor without triggering the alarm. Don't stroke the light, right? Yeah. The passage has been sealed for a long time, and large rocks block the path. Beneath the rocks lies a large forgotten corpse of a miner with possession of a golden ring and a sizable golden nugget. So this is some important stuff here. You can see he's got the 1 and 2 here, right? So we would go in. Where's our 1 at on the map? I just want to make sure that I'm not fucking this up. Okay, so that is 1. Yeah, all right. All right, here it is. So 1, that's the device that would bring you down. So you're on the top floor to start. Yep, random submissions. Here, let me quickly grab it. They are free during the game jam, but I assume a lot of us are going to go through. And probably put ours up to charge afterwards. But we have to have them free for this time frame for people to be able to download them and look at them. So I'm doing my 3rd review on it right now. All right, so I like that. So we would follow along this. Get into a room with a coffin, and I love that you're just writing on the maps. Very similar concept. I do this for a lot of my dungeon crawls. I enjoy this style a lot. Corpse lies near the hole, pointing towards it. On the wall closes the coffin, platinum plate adorned with symbols. I like the color coding, by the way. The coffin is empty. The symbols on the wall serve as a secret password to enter room 2. Okay. The central symbol is shaped like a half moon and can be removed from the wall and be used to activate alien technology. Smart. So you said there's a key in here for filling this out. All right. I'll keep an eye out. I see some symbols here. I have some ideas already on what you do. So we go through all the rooms that have acid marked on the walls. You go into this area, you go down to 5. The spikes on the ground are illusion underneath, so you can jump down, it looks like. Okay. Is there something else here? So we'd walk through, jump down, and try to get down in. So you come here and come out. That's what it is. You can come out here if you do 5. So then we take us in this area. It also means we haven't set off an alarm. So you either touch the orb and fuck it up and start an alarm, right? Or you come into here. But there's toxic air, crazy aliens, acid, poison gas. All the green is like the negative effects that he has. So you move into here. There's a big double door here. And that would take us to 3. So let's zoom in on 3 here and read what 3 is. The room is blocked by a door with 4 symbols that must be pressed in some order as those on the wall in room 4. Tap right, bottom, right, top, left, bottom, left. Pressing the symbols in the wrong order will cause the ground to become electrified, dealing 2d6 damage to anyone in direct contact with the floor. An entrance of the room is an alien machine that controls the teleportation device. This machine has an entirely alien appearance and is very difficult to understand. If someone attempts to decipher the alien machine, they must succeed in a DC 18. This is hard in Shadowdark. DC 18 intelligence check. Failure indicates that they cannot delve further into the machine's secret without acquiring more knowledge about the aliens. So you get zapped. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. And then you got to go back. And you got these some symbols here that you would have to push in the order of what's there. So we're going to come back up here. So we would venture down. So let me zoom out. That didn't work. We'd venture back. And I'm doing it this way. So we went like this. We'd come back. We'd go like this. And we'd come to here. So our option is to go down or go across. I'm going to follow the numbers now to follow the direct plot of what they've got. So we're coming to here. Laboratory where aliens conduct experiments. 3 containers hold green fluid and corpses. The 2 stone blocks and strange symbols stand out. The containers are filled with acid. The aliens use the 2 stone blocks for their procedures. Activating them with a half moon makes various alien tolls appear. Tolls? Various alien... This is supposed to be... What is that supposed to be? Tolls? Trolls? Rolls? I'm not quite sure what that one's supposed to be. An old chest is in this room, so 7. So that's here. So 7 has an old chest too close to the wall. Is close to the wall. It's very odd looking and seems out of place. The chest is closed. DC 12 to open. Contains 1,000 gold. Again, rich PCs. Tools. Thank you. Tools. That's what I want to know. I'm going to mark it for myself in case I ever run this. Tools. Done. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I would have figured it out eventually. So we did 7, get some money, and then we would circle back down to here. Right? Circle back down to here. So this is 8. There looks like there's a bunch of prison cells. It says save our souls. Prison cells are where all the captured NPCs are held captive. The doors to these cells are composed of an alien force field. Touching the force field disintegrates a creature instantly. Are you sure this isn't a gauntlet run? I feel like this is a level 1 gauntlet run or a level 3 gauntlet run. Like, sorry, you died. Roll another character. You're in a prison cell. There's a lot of disintegration. With disintegrate, I'm going to switch back to this. I want to see something. Did you hyperlink disintegrate? No! I was hoping you hyperlinked it. That was just me being excited. Just so, like, again, maybe a pop-up that tells you what it is. Don't have to. Printed version, you obviously wouldn't have to. Then you got to get these people out. It instantly alerts them. That's fucking horrifying, right? You do have random encounters down here as well. It is risky. He told you what it is. You should know if you run Shadowdark what that means. And then it's 2d6, 1d2 moon aliens, all lights extinguished, 1d4 hollow phantoms, 2d4 moon cultists, 1d4 moon cultists plus 1 alien, a captured NPC, fucking Houdini. No, you're fine. You're fine. You don't apologize, man. I'm just talking. No apologies needed. So once we've done this, we've went through everything, we've gathered everything. How are we supposed to know how this opens? Because that's the goal. And it says to go up to room 4, tap right, bottom right, top left, bottom left. And he said there's a clue on the map. So you'd want to have this. He does have a downloadable version of the map that does not have any of this on it. It's just open. So let me open this, because that means I should be able to look at this map and figure out the puzzle, right? That's my game plan. Look at this map and figure out the puzzle. Yes, I do. Here, buddy, I can give them to you. 1 second. I did Wizard's Isle. I did Wizard's Isle. So this is Wizard's Isle. There you go. And then I did Emerald, Temple of Emerald Depths. There you go. All right, so let me go back over here now that I've shared those out for everybody. No problem, Jay. You're welcome. No problem at all, bud. All right, so I want to just see if I can figure this out. I'm just going to give myself like a minute looking at it, just out of curiosity. Obviously, players will be looking at this a lot more. So, I mean, we have the symbols here. This is the symbols. And we have symbols here. We can't get in that room yet, so it doesn't matter. Is it maybe these symbols here? Or is there... I see some stuff written on the tiles here, like an S. I'm looking to see. Anybody else in the audience besides the person who wrote this? This is the only thing I see that is similar to this. So I'm guessing if you look at this door and you see this and you hit them in a clockwise motion up here, is my guess. Is that Orion, is that right? If you go up and hit this in a clockwise like if you're facing the door and you go clockwise and you hit the symbols here in that order, is that how this works? Is that the clue? Just out of curiosity. And then I'm going to read this last room. I'm letting him respond. And then I'll give my final takes on stuff here. Crazy aliens. Yeah, of course. The portal in the center of the room is surrounded by 4 pillars and emanates a faint blue light. A force field protects it. The force field can be disabled using an alien machine. Touching the force field disintegrates a creature instantly and alerts aliens, if possible, to teleporting through space and time using the alien machine. Alien and the machine. It's complex controls or an alien can operate effectively. Okay. Destroying the alien machine opens the portal to a random place in the multiverse and sucks everyone in. Smart. The corpse knows the start of the sequence. Oh, so if you went back and spoke to this dead guy here, this one, he knows. Corpse talk. I like that. All the shrines are pointing in order. There are shrines? Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Have you play tested this? I got some definitely information on that too. Yeah, that's what I thought. Same symbols from left to right here. That's what I thought. Nick, I was like 2 seconds away from saying up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select start. Hey, select start's 2 players. I almost did the same thing, my friend. I almost did the same thing. Shameless corpse talk plug? Yeah, playtesting. Awesome. I was just curious. I didn't get time to playtest mine. I mean, I do usually playtest my stuff, but I found out about the Game Jam too late. So this was the map that I did. I'm going to save this. Actually, no, I don't want to save this one. This is just a regular map. I'm just going to close it and say no. I'm going to close this one and say no. These are just the regular images. But this is where we're at. So we've read through all of this now. I'm going to go back to a one-page spread. We're going to go back and pull up the game jam. I'm going to pull up my notes, and I'm going to put some things in the brain dump for Alien West Hideaway. So my brain dump. I have a lot to say. A lot of. I think this would be a lot of fun to run. Oh, stop trying to link my brain for stuff, buddy. All right, so brain dump. I love isometric map. I love the marked up ISO map. I think that is a fantastic way. I've done very similar things. For Shadow of the Demon Lord, I put out a isometric map, audio guided piece for Shadow of the Demon Lord with Rob Schwab. Big fan of that style. Isometric's great. I think it allows people to feel space that you don't feel in top down. I think that's great. I think that the layout is hella clean. I think you understood how an eye guides through the pages. Like if we quickly scroll through this, like I knew immediately looking at these two pages being together that I was like, oh, this is for me to reference once we start. I'm not supposed to start here. This is just the pages that you print in a spread. And then I got to here, and this gave me a breakdown of everything that I wanted. You put the weird tails there. I was super happy to see this. You found a way to take a one-shot, gave hooks to how to bring people in. Also a great way to do it. Really cool to kind of throw them into this city out of time and out of space. Risky, by the way, but it's weird tales, and you get away with doing that. I think that was really smart. I'm a big fan of the 1d20 NPC table, and then this kind of murder mystery vibe that you're giving. Like I'm envisioning Scooby-Doo and the gang getting put here and having to solve this problem. Like 100% see that happening. I also think that all the NPCs having their own little personality quirks because the GM a really easy way to run things. You built a concise box for people to play in without making it linear, and that is a feat. I personally think so. So that's kind of like my brain dump. And I'll be honest, I'm gonna say this out loud. I hate Cowboy Aliens mashups because the movie sucks so bad. I'm not a fan of it, but in this one, it feels like something else. Like that movie, you've washed the waste of that movie out of my fucking mouth. And it feels really good. And you did something great with this. My question to you, and because I didn't see it, is how is Houdini tied up into all of this? Like reading through your piece up top, I understand where the alien came from, the cowboys came from, but how is Houdini part of this? Like, if I asked Houdini, would he know the code to this? Like, is there something more for Houdini that I missed? Because I feel like he should be a huge part of this story. Or is he a person caught out of time as well? So I have some questions, and they're not knocks on this. I think maybe it was your purpose to do that, and if it wasn't, I really hope that this is the same kind of conversation inspires for other people. So let's go back here and let's vote. Let's do our vote for this. He's a joke for the GM, like Rosie O'Donnell. All right. So where is the... There we go. All right. I see. I would turn it into something awesome. No, it's a horrible movie. It's not. It's a fucking... Wild Wild West is not an alien movie. The movie I'm talking about, good sir, is this one. It's got James Bond in it. And it's a fucking hot pile of fucking garbage. It's this POS. This garbage movie. If you like this movie, even though it has 3 amazing actors, I don't know if I can be friends with you. I know it's super popular. I just hated it so much. Oh my God. I hated this movie so much. We can't be friends now, Ryan. Our time is up. Our time is up. Oh man. Some good visuals in it. But back to the seriousness. This was awesome. The use of the Weird Tales element. I mean, you use Houdini as a joke character. I get it. I was hoping to see him a little bit more in it. I think you crushed that pretty fucking well. The practicality and playability of this game. So I ran into a lot of really negative and really positive feedback on my plotted adventure stuff, where I was doing isometric, plot web, isometric, fill in, trying to teach a GM to GM on their own by giving them random name tables, by giving them a way to kind of follow along and look at a GM's like brain set, their mindset when they're getting ready to run an adventure. And I tried to do that with my plotted adventures. And I see you doing something very similar here, where you're saying, look, the story's not hard. You're here, you're trapped, you need a way home. Here are the pawn pieces that you get to play with, the set piece of this mine and a way out of it. And I think you're going to run into some people who aren't used to thinking outside the box, right? I think that it is a great way to train a GM to have confidence in running their own story and running their own adventure and free-forming in a way, because you've given them rules. And I've said this numerous times on my show, that rules and mechanics should match the thing that you're running, but really they're the love language between you and the players at the table, so that you all know what's going on. And I think that you nailed this, even if you're a fan of Cowboys and Aliens. But in all seriousness, you crushed this part. So for me, and I wholeheartedly believe this, I think that you made this a very playable game. And I think it's awesome. The overall atmosphere and feel of this, you have washed the taste of bad Cowboys and Aliens out of my mouth. I will be running this at GameholeCon without a shadow of a doubt in October. I think you have made a memorable set piece that lets people have fun and take Grimdark away for a little bit, but still enjoy their Shadowdark rule set. You have gave us weapons. The only thing I would love to see in here is a gunslinger class, but maybe if you do an expanded all bullets version. But I'm going to give you a 5 on this one. I think the atmosphere and the feeling of the supplement is killer. I think you nailed it. Yes, you could go through. Yes, I think you can do some grammar changes. Yes, I think that you can have someone go through and edit verbiage and give you a little bit more bang for buck. But I think that you've made something that is a very memorable entry into the game jam. And I think that this deserves that kind of top 5 spot for uniqueness out of, and I've probably honestly opened and looked through 30 or 40 of them before I even started designing mine. So good job. I think that this is an amazing piece to put forth into what's going on. So with that said, I did give it a 5. I am going to buy this. So you can't see my information. I'm going to go over here. And then let me re-download and purchase it. Doo-doo. Ooh, will they not let me? Come on. You got to let me go back and buy it. You got to let me go back and buy it? How does that work? You don't want me to buy it? Itch, you're being mean. Oof. Let me go to your scriptorium. Scriptorium. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, I did. That's what I just did. That's exactly what I just did. All right. Purchased. So you guys can see. Purchased. So thank you for making an amazing piece. This is awesome. I think you did something pretty amazing. I do have to review 2 more, but I also, because this is a work stream for me, I told myself that I would record a 10-minute guide, tips, and walkthrough for how to run my adventure, because some people have asked how to run it. And I said that I would do that. I am going to save this. And then I gotta give you some comments before we switch over here, buddy. Hold on. I don't want to cut you short. Let's grab this. YouTube Live. Let's go back to the review. Oh, you guys didn't get to see it. I just realized I didn't have it up. Here you go. Purchased. Did purchase that, but I did not purchase this, because this is garbage. I guess it is garbage. So let's get you your review and comment in here. I think comments are essential to how this works. Boom. Oh, I didn't put my whole picture this time. Weird. Last time I put... No, hold on. Maybe I messed it up again. Maybe I messed it up. Let's try that again. No, I didn't put it. It's not putting it in a link. Maybe if I delete this YT review piece. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. There it is. I'm going to swear too. Hope you don't mind. Thank you for going outside the normal box of adventure design and giving a playground a true tool set. No, I'm not. No, I'm on the right page. I'm on the right page. See? Comments. I put the wrong page for you guys. Giving a true toolbox for a GM to run an amazing session of cowboys versus aliens. Yes, correct. Yeah. I'm putting it on the main page. Fine. Do a final pass and publish this as a printed product with some badges, fake bullets, and what else would be hilarious for this? And old school candy for people to buy and run with their friends. Keep making awesome. This was an amazing piece, man. Thank you so much for submitting something of this style into this. No, don't hit that button. It's a joy to see things like this happen in game design. Keep on this path. Keep trying to make things that are different than what most people see. God damn it, do what I'm telling you to do. It's so hard to add headings. You can't do markdown. You can't bold it. If you click bold, it switches to another button. So stupid. The sponge aliens that grow when wet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe even some sponge aliens that grow when wet for the table. Amazing piece, man. I gotta say, you knocked this out of the park. Wonderful submission, and my favorite so far out of them. With that said, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to do a walkthrough of mine quickly. I'm not going to do a full read through. I'm just going to explain the thought process on what I did, why, record it. It's like a 10-minute piece. I'll record it live for everybody. For those who've never been to EFP Live, I treat this like a studio, a live studio session. So I did all the reviews that stays with the live stream. People can go back, watch it whenever they want. And now I'm going to record a section out of here that goes through a choice of life and my thought process behind it and what I've done. I did an initial designed story version, like kind of a live one where I went through Canva, showed what I was doing, why I did it. I did learn some things in Canva because I was really challenging Canva to do the shit that I want. I didn't take your request. It randomized it. Skiffy. Totally randomized, buddy. Totally randomized. I didn't pick that. It picked it for me, which is fucking great. So we're going to jump into looking through my stuff really quick. I'm going to throw up my guide one so I have a little intro. Those who've been here, you know how this works. I do it in like 1 or 2 takes. It's really fucking fast. And then if I'm still feeling the energy, I'm gonna do one more review, I think, and I'll do the other one in private. So I'm gonna start the recording now. I'm gonna pick some music for this. What music do I want today? Music. Are you guys enjoying yourself? Is this something that helps all my designer friends that are out here doing stuff? Is this something you think is valuable to what's going on? I see we got a lot of subscriptions out of here. Thank you for all the new subs and the people following. Comment on the video down below to kind of pump it up for other people. Tag Game Jam, tag Baron, tag whoever is running this stuff so they know to go back and watch the reviews. Because I didn't know to today that I was supposed to review them. I thought somebody else was reviewing them. I didn't know it was me. That we as a community were supposed to review them. I've never done the Game Jam before. I'm gonna go with what music do I want today? You know what? I'm gonna go for a blast from the past here. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I have some really good heavy metal music from when I ran my version of Game of Thrones meets Dragonlance. So let's pull up that playlist. No, not Dua Lipa. We'll get in trouble for playing that. I didn't pay for it today. I want everything from Metal Guitar Riff. Metal Guitar Riff. Let me look them up. Everything from this guy. All right, we're going to run this song. This is Calm Before the Storm from Metal Guitar Riff. Another DMCA free stuff. It's awesome. Yeah, send me a Discord message if you want. You already joined mine and ping me there, whatever you need to do. So let's record this really quick. About 10 minutes is what I'm thinking, and we'll kind of nail this out of the park. I wanted to have something so when people go to run this on their own, they can have the designer's notes behind them. So that's why I'm doing this. I should sponsor my own game jam. Maybe. It's a time thing for sure. It's a time thing for sure, but thank you. Maybe that's something I'll do in the future. All right, so recording is starting here. I probably won't answer too much in the questions and answer area, but right after I record this thing, if you have any questions on what I'm getting ready to record right now, get them together. I'll pull them on screen. We can talk through it. I just want to go over this and record this so I have it live for people who run this even after the Game Jam. I got some little fun inside bits that I get to use as well for this. So I'm going to put up my ad over top of me. We're going to do a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Play the music. You get a little behind the screen today, everybody. So 3, 2, 1, music. Hey everybody, it is Game Jam time, and today I want to go over choices of life. I want people to know what Choice of Life is about, what I was making, how I came through the process, what I was thinking when I went through making this, because I did something a little different than traditional game design. If you're here for the live show, you've already seen my reviews of 2 other products, or 3 other ones that I've done, but today I did want to record something that teaches people how to do this, to have something that feels like it's mine and people can learn from it. So let's get the music going and let's dive into what we got here. So I just realized, for example, here's my retake. Music didn't play. You guys can't hear them. Now you can hear it. So I got to redo this entry. This is one of those things that happens really quick. Do it one more time and then we'll go. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give a snap. Hey everybody, it's time to go over Choice of Life, my entry for Game Jam 2024 using the Shadowdark rules. We already reviewed 3 of them live on stream. If you're here live, you were there for this. Comment down below if you are wanting to see me do some more of these reviews. And thank you to the audience members who are here for behind the screen as I'm recording a little bit of extra piece to put out into the world. So Choice of Life is my entry, and without fucking around too much, let's just go over to the table and take a look at what I've made and why. I'm also gonna give you some really kind of special behind the scenes stuff. For example, the fur in the background of this is actually a bunch of pictures of my dog's fur after a bath and brushing that I thickened up, blurred, and turned into the coat on the background. My dog is kind of like a hellhound, and it seemed right. You'll see that as we go into this. I did all the design, cartography, and layout for this. The art, most of it is AI generated that I've done paint overs on top of to make this style and things fit what I wanted, cut out things we didn't need. Normally I would hire artists for this, but short on time, no budget for the project. You do what you got. So I wanted people to see Choice of Life and immediately see the cover and go, oh, this is how I start what I'm doing. It's right here. There's nothing else to it. And you immediately roll a d6 and you pick. And it tells you the hour that this would start. And you'll note that down. The reason I did it is this is over 24 hours that this whole extravaganza happens. And for that to make sense, let's take a look at the books that I have. And that's our inside cover of what I have to do. In the introduction, I show off my weird tales. I'll zoom in a little bit. Those who were at my previous live show, you saw me pull these live and go, I already fucking know it. So I've got our lovely werewolf daughter. In the middle, that's the Thunder of Dawn. And then the last one is the Weird Tales, the Wicked Flea. Do you notice that flea's the size of the dog? I did. And that's how all of this stuff came to be. Really, the outside edge ones and the orange kind of married in the middle. And I use that Thunder of Dawn as the rest of the family, and she is the outskirts of the family. The executioner is getting ready to murder her. The book hanging there plays an important part in the game, and I wanted to have fleas that were the size of dogs in a very special way, but I wanted it to make weird sense. You notice that my font picks for a lot of this stuff, for sure. This is that kind of flea-ridden, bitten feel. And if we go up to here, I'll even mark my own stuff up here. Let's just highlight something. Let's get a different color. We'll do pink, because I think pink will show. So I wanted to make sure that I gave people a lot to play with. I did a quick sketch of an ink hex-based map, threw a hex over top of it, and I changed the hex scale. Each hex is roughly 2 hours to walk, 1 or so when you're riding. And if you're in forests or mountains, you add or subtract some hours. There was a last minute addition to this because I wanted people to understand that you don't have to constantly check the time. You just need to know how many hours have passed, and I want it to be easy to click and go through. I gave you some numbers. I gave you some simple symbols. They don't matter what they are. I just made the larger one large because that's the main city. I made the square one square because they're similar sites, and the other circles are just sites. And then you got the meteor crash that is over here. I made some rumors. I wanted to make sure rumors felt important to the story and were good jumping off points. and to also tie into that first page. You'll notice that if you roll a 1 to start the game, a PC or an NPC, I did that because you never know what players are like, dies under the crash of the game. You're just dead. Just dead. And that's what it is. You're dead. And I wanted to have that kind of feel for this stuff, right? I wanted to feel like maybe you could die out of the gate because it's just a fun opening, especially if you're running this in the future. I saw this as a print media piece, so I wanted the front cover to have all the information on it, and also to have the introduction on the next page so you know what's going on. I put all the major NPCs in one spot that are in this right up front because I personally like to know what I'm getting into and what I'm playing. This was an 8-page format. That's all we got was 8 pages. And I mean nuts to butts, cover to cover. We didn't get to put any frill stuff in there. The fact that I fit a cover at all is only because I put a table. I broke over my lovely pieces here on what I'm doing and why. I even put a link here for a hyperlink. This link, which there's a pop-up box, takes you over to the live stream of me coming up with the concepts for what I was doing. And I did draw this map. That's not bullshit. The map is mine. I drew it. I drew it in pencil, and I went through and inked it afterwards. You can even see my notes from the show up there. So the reason I put that there is so people can see my process and what's going on if you were going to run this for yourself later on down the line. Formatting notes, I like this. I learned this from a lot of people over the years. If you're going to be using formatting as a way to teach people, you also need to give them an idea of what it is. Bold is something important. Italics is used to refer to a person or something of importance usually. Bold is like really if I want it in your face. Bold italics means it's from the Shadowdark book. And in parentheses, it's to summarize or give contextual information. Basically just so you may see that over other things. I tried color coding, it worked better. And out of the gate, I want you to know the choices and goals of the game. You're either working for the werewolves, working for the Fleaborn, or do what players do, take all the shinies and fucking run. That right there sets the tone. I put my piece here for Shadowdark so they know that I did use these things. And then I went into the story and I gave you a brief synopsis of the story. Anytime you see a moon, it's something important. I wanted to have iconic designators to help people as we go through. I'm a visual learner, and I think a lot of people, especially now with how much we use phones, I think we're more visual learners than we ever have been. So I added those in. The main locations are super important areas that you're going to be in or around often, from Hawther's Valley, which is the whole map, to the Lunar Trail, which is where the moon sets next to behind the mountains, creating total darkness. And then the crash site, I think you're going to be around pretty often because everybody wants to go to that. And then the event times is the mechanic that I'm adding to my adventure. I love designing a new mechanic that makes you feel like this adventure is different than other adventures you've used. And that's what this is. And look, keeping track of time is weird, but Shadowdark has already trained you to keep track of time by putting an hour timer on the table or doing things similar to that. And I thought, why not ramp it up and make something that happens over the course of 24 hours? So that's what this is. Within these 24 hours, you're going to get 24, well, a little less than 24. Some things are multiple hours. But the opening one is the death of the dog. One, she's not going to be in the game. She's murdered. But she is kind of the linchpin for how all this shit went south. But then we have the meteor over a couple hours as it falls and crashes and impacts into the executioner heading home. And I'm giving you a time plot line so you know by the end of 24 hours where everyone is and kind of what's going on. To me, when you're running a hex-based thing, the hardest thing to do is I don't want to fill out every hex because you just get this salad of words that don't actually mean too much until you're playing. But I think that this event scope gives you a good idea of everything that's going to happen over the course of your gameplay. On the right-hand side, the unsafe, the risky, and the deadly is to designate random encounter rolls. When you get into these time frames, that's when those things get risky. And then, because I love when people do it, I put a little reference down at the bottom for the things that I think you should watch or listen to while you're running this. The Thing, Psycho Goreman for the humor and the style of the humor, because I love body horror. Hellhole is a horrible movie, but there's some really good set pieces in it that will help. And of course, the movie VHS is just a great, fucked up, weird horror movie, and we're running something horror-based, so I figured it makes sense. Hex Crawl, I fit it all on one area, and I tried to use color to teach things. So for example, most of the time when something's orange, it's information about the game system or what you're going to be doing, and the blue are locations, monsters, things like that. I even changed the Hex Crawl page to a blue. If you zoom all the way out, you can kind of tell it's got a blue tone. So when you're flipping through, you know this is what you're looking for, using color to denote what a page is comprised of. Travel and torches, I changed a few things. You'll notice that it's 1 hour mounted, 2 hours walking. Encounter table has random encounters. I do recommend, look, if you're running encounters and they want to stay in the forest and they don't want to do anything over 24 hours, pull up the Shadowdark one. Pull from the forest table. There's nothing wrong with that. I have tables in the beginning that you can roll on, and they are very specific. Once the worm comes out and things start getting bad, you can roll on the tapeworm encounters. That's right, I said tapeworm. Encounter tables. And if you want a hex encounter and you want it tied to the story, I gave you a hex encounter table. But other than that, feel free to use any of the tables that are in Shadowdark. There's no reason not to. These are all of our different locations. You'll notice that if it's in orange, I'm trying to give you a GM note of like, yo, do this. And I also teach you about hours. The 1 to 8, 9, and 11 that you see under the village here, this is to teach you very simply that those are the hours that are happening on this table. I would recommend printing that table and setting it aside just so you have it. And I even tell you in this to put 1 through 24 on the bottom of your sheet so you can just check boxes as you're going through. Eventually I'll put out a cheat sheet that kind of lets you have all this on one page. It'll probably have the event, some form of marking for time, what you've encountered, who's dead, like major NPC names you can cross out, who's alive and you can circle them, and then I'll have some monsters at the bottom so you can track all your damage and all that kind of fun stuff. So you get through the whole thing. I will note that anytime you go to a location, this is the order of operations that you're going to. Check hours passed for the event, check hex has a specific encounter, check hex and risk level, roll for an encounter. If any of those become a yes, you just stop. You use that one. And if you ever have to get down to the bottom one, you use that. It lets you kind of make sure you're randomizing, but prioritizing story over just a fucking encounter for encounter's sake. I won't ruin anything that's here, but I do want to talk about 2 important spots here. Maybe 3 important spots. Corpse Pit, it's up to you to decide how you want to handle this. I put who murdered them there, so you know that there's something bad happening, but you could use whatever you want. If you want them to lead towards the fleas, make it somebody else. If you want them to lead towards the wearers, make it a fleaborn. Make it whatever you want and make them go in that direction. It's to be an activator or a catalyst for problem. When you look at the Fleaborn camp, there's knights. You'll notice that italicized. Again, use knights from the book. And if they're a Fleaborn, you're just giving them a jump. Crescent Altar is important, but this is the one I wanted to talk about. The Crash Site. The Crash Site is ground zero. Everything happens here, and the Crash Site is different as the hours go through. So when they go there, check the hour in, and there's different things. But if it gets to being the cultist there, this is endgame. Like, if there are 2d12 plus 2 cultists there, you're gonna die when they turn to wolves. That is an endgame scenario. And it's supposed to be. That means over the course of 24 hours, your players didn't do anything to stop what's going on. You have a chance to wipe them out, but there is an escape. If there is a portal open, you can take them to the Crescent Temple on the moon. And I left that open. I kind of want to do what I'm calling the Full Moon Edition, which is like another 5 pages roughly, and we'll add some of this stuff in. But for the Game Jam, I only had 8, and I taught you in the beginning of this, for preparation, grab your favorite maps. I recommend Dyson Logos. There's a hyperlink there for it. Fleaborn Lancer, make one. It's a great NPC. And then put 24 squares or circles at the bottom of the mark. So I am teaching you to be ready for the unknown. Having a Rolodex of map system helps your life so much. And then we have our monsters. I love monsters. And I put a GM's note right at the top. It says emancipated monsters have half their hit points to start, allowing dangerous, fast-paced encounters. Look, one of the encounters on there are 2 hellhounds. Another one is a griffin. Those are really powerful things for the level 3 to 4 time frame that I'm putting you in. But if they're half hit points, you have a chance. I had the Executioner in here. I would definitely make him a bigger part if I do the full moon edition. We have the Flea Swarm, because I love swarms in games. They're horrifying. They spread the tapeworm disease like they should. We have the Flea Were Hunter. These are people with man catchers made of moonstone that damage werewolves. They can hit it double near with them. They have the Catch 'em ability and sense tapeworm. They know when a tapeworm has been far. And then the named fleas, you add these extra abilities below. They're the 2 important ones. Again, you see those crescent moon, that orange designating that they are important. And of course, as you go through, we got the Worm That Walks, the big bad. My favorite generated one that I did some extra work for. He has 3 really powerful pieces. He's hella dangerous. He's a level 5. Hard to kill. And he's going to mess your party up. I marked here that it's a paint over AI image, so people know they are AI generated. But I did a lot of paint over on some of these. And then the werewolf and tapeworm. GM note, werewolves already eat double that of a normal person. So if they have tapeworm, it's 4 times the amount. That means that if you're already eating double as a were creature to consume rations for the day, now you're eating 4. You're going to run out of food. And I never said one of the players might become a werewolf during this, but I think that's implied. When you have a werewolf, I think you know the players are either going to try to become them. It's just there. I wanted to give gear. Meteor Dust lets you open a portal. This is up to the GM when they want to give this out or if they give that out. I didn't tell anyone what treasure to give out. I feel like the treasure tables in Shadowdark do that. I just having the gear here is enough. And then Moon Blades, a lunar blue glimmering metal that can be any bladed weapon. And you can turn this into a bladed weapon for your players. Benefit, it harms werewolves. It deals an extra weapon die of damage. And then the curse is if a werewolf's within near of you, it forces them to transform, even if there's not a full moon. I put new weapons in here, which we'll get to in a minute. It has to do with the back of the book. And I put a new ancestry in. I wanted flea people. A small, feisty, insectile humanoid that seems to hop as it walks. They get a near distance. They can either walk or jump near. And I think the thing I'm proudest of in this is I wanted retro. I wanted nostalgia. And I made a new class called a Lancer. This is my homage to Dragoons from Final Fantasy. And it says new gear inside, so that's why you saw that gear on the back page. I imagine you picking up this printed copy and looking at the cover and flipping it over and seeing a new class and going, yeah. And it'd be even cooler if I could get that little action figure to stick on the back and sell them with action figures on the back, if I could do some 3D prints. But anyway, I digress. I love this new class. It's super fun. It's kind of like my kind of mercenary with new talents for them and everything else. And then this last page I have in here is just so you all can see the process I went through when I was making this. I'm a big fan of designing something and showing how I make it. You can see my rough sketches, you can see my font picking, and then where I got my colors and everything before, and then I design my banners over in Canva as a challenge to myself. So if you're gonna run this, I'm gonna be doing a bigger edition later, but I hope you enjoy running this open sandbox style of a werewolf and fleas. And I like to remind everybody, on the moon, there's a little line in there that says the fleas are human size, like the normal fleas, they're like human dog size. So that means that if you use a swarm there, they're larger. Use your imagination if you end up running the temple for yourself. And when they come to Earth, they're small because of gravity. And they're all around this rocky site. They're born out of everything. It's a really fun piece that I hope you enjoyed that. So if you're going to run this yourself, down below, put a comment. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And if you don't know, you can always join my Discord. We have active people in there. I do run live games. I'm a professional GM that runs things. I've competed most of my life, so feel free to hit me up if you're looking to play something in the future. But most of all, there's 2 things on the side: a video to watch, and obviously there's going to be the subscribe. We're trying to hit our 500, And every Monday and Tuesday, the second, third, and fourth week of the month, we do live shows. Monday is Shadowdark under my setting Breachers, and then on Tuesday we do our Dragonbane of Fun, a soul-punk Victorian horror setting. If this helped you out at all, let me know. And like always, watch, listen, learn, be a better gamer, and go support these people who did the Game Jam. All the links are down below. All right, so we're going to stop recording, and we're going to go back to the live feed here, everybody. I hope, everybody, that wasn't too painful for you. Nice and short and sweet. I'll trim the beginning off, trim the end off. I didn't want to go through how to run Choice of Life more than just give some ideas. So I'm going to close this piece out. And I love this, by the way. This was fantastic. What do you think? You think we should do one more? I think I got time. Do you guys want to do one more for the Game Jam? Thanks, Nick. Does anyone have questions on it before we dive into the Game Jam? Does anyone have any questions on how I did this? Is there any design philosophies, questions, what I used, anything like that that I can answer for the audience while I get ready to roll up our next Game Jam review? Because I'm happy to answer anything I can. Houdini the Magician. I mean, look, dude. I know how I'm going to run him. I know how I'm going to run him. Thanks, Ryan. So, to me, as someone who is a solo person doing this stuff, I find that this studio time, while making live streams for like my hardcore audience that loves what I do, these live streams are for them. But I have to be able to record stuff to put out for the shorter attention span of people just learning who I am. And I can then bring them in with these shorter videos and link them back to stuff. So it's kind of like that reverse funnel. Like on the very surface is like the social media, the shorts, the TikTok. And the next one down is these shorter 10, 15, 20, 30-minute videos that I do. And I'm going to change music, don't worry. The music was supposed to be loud for the recording. I will change it for here. And I wanted to be able to have something that felt polished without me having to polish constantly. Let me get into this audio. Let me turn this down. That's because it is playing the music. Let me mute this music. That's why. It's double playing it. I'm not happy about that. Hopefully it was synced well enough. It should have drowned it out. It should be fine. Whatever. So, that's why I do it this way. I find it, I treat it like studio time. Like you rent a studio, you go in, and you do what you do. What was the next one here? What's the next one? How do you choose colors? How did I choose my colors? So for the Game Jam, I went through. I wanted to be inspired by the pre-made 3 colors here. I just did a color picker for those. There's a few ways you can color pick in almost every application. I also have one for my Stream Deck. Like I can point at my own fucking face right now, click it, and it spits out a color. And this is like an OBS click, and like literally that's the color of this section of my face on stream that I picked. But for this, I used their color picker. I picked all these. I put the triangles in place. These matched the most rich colors on here that I liked. And then I went through and decided how I wanted to use them. I knew that this orange would be this here. I knew I wanted orange to be the dominant one because it's on most of their covers. And then the blue I liked, and I took an offshoot of that just to get it darker. I didn't use these. I tried these 3 together and I wasn't a fan, but I decided if I had to use any darker, richer blues for something, I would touch on this. And then when I color picked everything else, I got a dark orange and a light orange. These 2 play together, and this dark blue is gorgeous. So you'll see when you're going through here, I've used the red and the orange for everything and kind of picked it out. I wanted something flea bitten, so I got this kind of cool flea bitten font. I think it's called Rubik Moon Rocks. So it's like a cross between everything that I'm doing. I was inspired by the name. So that's how I picked that stuff. Why did I pick Canva over Adobe or Affinity? Okay, so I know I'm very adverse in InDesign and Photoshop and all that stuff. I live in Photoshop. If you go to the Streamloot site, almost every one of those cards I've designed between Illustrator and Photoshop. You can see them over here. I don't know what's active right now. Let me pull it up. But I decided to use Canva because you can publish with any of the assets that's on there. So I have an Adobe subscription and I can do stuff, but check this out. This is just a sample. I needed meteors, right? Meteor. I want graphics that I can change. Done. All of these are usable. Right here's the one I used. I just did some small doctoring to it and you're done. And then if I put this on here, just so you know, it's a vector. It's scalable because it's a graphic. All the colors are changeable. So I slightly changed these colors to match what I have. But fuck, if I want an animated one, look. You don't get that in Photoshop and Affinity. If I was given an asset package by a client, I wouldn't need this, right? But I didn't have an asset package for this. I had some covers from the 20s and 30s that weren't a really good photo. I could pull some stuff out of it, but I knew I didn't want to make a 2030 style. So I like this because I can do it. And if you check out, I have brands set up for the different shows that I've done over the time. So I have my Breachers one's up here. I have a John Wick one, my Corpse Talk one, Blade Runner. All of it's in one spot. And I love having a pipeline as a project manager where everything's in one space and I can play in it. It is not as exact as InDesign. If I was doing a 50-page layout, there's no fucking way I would do it in here. I would do mock-ups, bring them over into InDesign and play with it there. Because I could still use the assets if I'm using Canva to make it. But I wanted to be able to use their assets they have. Their assets are really, really good. And then you can upload wherever you want. It works on the phone. So, for example, if we scroll to their text is great, but I can upload my own text. So Breachers has its own text. So I can upload my own in if I own those texts and use them. And my brands have all my brand stuff in them. And you can see, if I do see all, you can see all the assets for my brand for Breachers. So, for example, here's the logo that I made and brought in. I made these in Photoshop and brought them over. So I'm using it for the streamlined use. And then all my uploads are in one spot. And I can sort them out between video, audio, and everything else. So that's why. That's why I was using it. Good question, though. Very good question. The print's good. And also, if you haven't used Canva, real quick, they have their own print feature, which I'm going to try using it. I just want to test it. I want to see how good it is. But they have a print with Canva. I don't know how good it is. It could be fucking hot garbage. I don't know. But I'm going to try it. I'm going to see what it does. Letterhead's $30. That's if I want letterhead. But there's a whole bunch of different things that you can print. If you want to print the whole thing, you can. You can pick your interior. Just everything. So, we'll see. Maybe it's good. I don't know. You don't know until you try. But if I go back to home, you can see all the stuff I do. So, for example, these are all of my thumbnails for my shows, and they're also all animated. So, this is the one I did for this show, right? So, if I hit play and I cut through, you can see these are animated. That's the other reason I use it. It's just quick. What else do we have here? I hope the music's better. I fixed the music. Hopefully that's better for you. Is the print feature POD for followers? Is the print feature... I don't know. Print on demand for followers? Are you talking about for this? For Canva? I don't know. I have a paid account. It's the best paid account I have. I have Adobe, but I feel like I'm just getting ripped off all the time. It might be. I haven't tried. I don't know how good the print feature is. I really want to print that, and I want to print some stuff from Corpse Talk, my talk show. I saw another question. Where did I get the hat? Arsenic cyanide. I have so many. I have so many hats with words on them. This one says wizard. I think she did all the classes. I have one that says fuck on it. I have a whole bunch of them. A whole bunch of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know for Canva if it is or not. If you pay, I think you can use it. Let me go into here again. Let's just go through the process. Let's say I want to print it. Let's just see what it does. I don't want letterheads. So they have a whole product catalog. They have notebooks, mouse pads, postcards, shirts. And for those who don't know, Canva bought Affinity. So I have Affinity Publisher. I was going to do this and that, but I decided time and quickness of getting things together, I needed assets. Because that's the time-consuming part I could cut out quickly. But I think you could do... I think you could do a lot with this. And I think since I bought Affinity, my problem with Affinity, as I've learned through someone else just recently, it's really bad at doing tables. Really bad. They got mugs, wine tumblers, portraits, wrapping paper? Okay. Magnets, bound documents, bookmarks. I wonder if there is zines in here. There's got to be a zine in here. Posters, canvas portraits. There's everything in here. I want to see if there's a zine. Let's see here. Stickers. If anyone sees it, let me know. Business cards. These notepads, I would do this note part for sure. The cover art is wrapping paper. It is seamless. I agree. It is seamless. I could make it happen. Yeah. It's Oh, so the problem with the tables, Nick, is they're in InDesign. You can do your words with a tab between them, and when you import it, it will auto-propagate tables. So if you're doing like a 300-page, 400-page book, and you're rapidly putting them out, that becomes a problem, like in way high versions of doing it. Like when you're really getting into it. Booklet, you guys think booklet? I see no book. Let me type in booklet. Photo book, bookmarks, booklets. All right, let's click this. Let's just see what it does. So this is going to tell me that I need to resize everything for their booklets because their booklets are made for this size, right? There might be a way to change. The size is wrong. Let me go back. Let's hit zine. Let me delete these. Zines are even larger. It has to be 24 pages to print a zine. Let's try, no. Let's try... No. I guess if you resized it and you did a 2-page spread layout, you could probably do it. I'd have to look at their templates a little bit more. You know what I mean? There's a lot of places to print for Print Solution. But, like, being able to print out fucking stickers that are square. And I just port, like... So here's an example of what's awesome. Okay. Let me close these. Oh, it's trying to make these? Was this the original? Hope I didn't fuck my own shit up. Oh, it just makes copies. Okay. And what's this one? Oh, it's sizing it for you so you can size for it. Oh, that's kind of cool. Do you see that? It basically made a new file, resized it, and then I could adjust all my stuff to fit to print. Huh. That's kind of genius. I'm not going to lie. I delete this. I don't need it. Magazine. Booklet margins. So what I did for this is you can go to your full page view for this, just so you know. I highlighted this. I hit Control, cut, and I cut this, right? I went back and typed in the size I wanted because you know how you have to do the thumbnail size? I did the thumbnail size and I just pasted it. And it brought it in here for me to edit everything. This one is the old fur. And edit everything. And I took this so I could easily shift it into this. That's how I got that. I just copy and paste all my stuff and then moved it around, grouped it together, and done. Pretty slick, man. So that's why I used Canva. I'll be honest, after my experience with it, the only problem I had is when I exported, and this is something I reported to him, I could really see it here. And you can see this in this. So let me hit Control/. Do you see how far down I have these moved? If you download the one that's in the Game Jam, when I exported them, they are perfectly centered. But when I exported it, for some reason, the PDF export bumps them like 3 pixels, 4 pixels up and uncentered them. So I have to move them down 3 pixels to export them to make them centered. I messaged this to them. They're very kind. They're like, oh, we didn't know. I just did that today. So that's why I use Canva. All right, let's close this. Let's get into the next one. Ooh, this has got a little bit of Attack on Titan look to the cover. If anyone knows who this is and they're up, tell them we're going to be doing it. All right, so I'm going to cut and paste that. Let's go over here. Go here. Delete. Copy the link. Let's grab their link. Okay. Let's get our YT review timer here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So we can comment on theirs. And then I'm going to be starting this at... Oops, didn't mean to do that. We're going to be starting it on... Where's my timer? 4:16:35. This is a long stream. 4:16:35. 4:16:35. 4:16:35. All right. All right. Let's get the brain dump ready. Okay. And let's see what we get here. So, a downloadable game. A local folklore, and I don't want heavy metal music for this right now. I want to go back to the more chill stuff that I had playing. Let's do, well, actually, no, we'll do chill synthwave. Let me see how loud this is. Pretty quiet. Shouldn't be too bad for you all. Want it in the 40 to 50 marker. All right. All right, so local folklore and legends tell of a bastion of magical wonders and riches, both malevolent and benign. This was the elven city of ACATLAN. Lost in time and amid the mountains that came to name hamlet of Black Gold Mine has gone silent as the last survivor, Duke of Mirkwood Marsh. Ontario has put out a bounty and okay, so I get the idea. We're gonna download it. We're gonna go over here. This is the Haunted Hollow. Just make sure this is the right one. It is the right one. Okay. All right. So let's pull up our Acrobat. This is a very pixeled piece of art. Let's get a color out. We got pink. Let me just click it so I can change it to red, orange. We'll delete this. I would have liked this to be less pixely. There's a rumor table immediately. It's the only bookmark. Kind of odd. So I don't know why that's like that. I guess you can quick go to it. So part 1. So this person has, I mean, it looks like they're talking about making more than one of these, right? Because we're getting part 1. Part 2 adventure for levels 3 and 4 at level card. I don't understand. Part 1, The Mystery of the Haunted Hollow. Does this guy have more than one? Hold on. Did they... Hold on a minute here. Let's go to their... I'm curious. Where is their... I want to go to their page. Do they have a page? Is this the only one they've done? Huh. So what I'm looking for right now is if this gentleman has put out more than one book. It's not looking like it. All right, well, let's continue on. Part 1, The Mystery of the Haunted Hollow. Maybe that's another book. Part 2, a two-part. Oh, it's a two-part adventure for two. Wow, I don't even have dyslexia, but that's what that just felt like. Though you see him, I just want to see if he has like 2 or 3. I did. I didn't see anything else. At the top of the page. I see follow, collection, rate. I don't see anything. It doesn't matter. We're gonna get into the review. I'll look at it later. So it's a 2-part adventure for crawlers. If it's a 2-part, okay. Well, I already can't review this. This is already out. It's 16 fucking pages. Did you not read the rules? While I would love to review this, if this is 16 pages, this person did not understand the assignment. Look at this. This is part 2. You can't do that. That's not how this works. Why? Okay. Doesn't matter. If it is 16 pages, you can't do it. No. They said if they open up Acrobat and it does not say 8 pages at the top, you're immediately out. He did? When did he say that? Okay. Well, I was not informed of that. That would have been nice to know. I don't know if it's A5. Let me do view. Let me do view actual size. That's the actual size. That's the A5. Then, yeah, I was told that if it was 8 pages up top, if it had more than 8, it was out. That was my understanding. But regardless, I'm not going to review both adventures. I'm only going to review this first adventure. I don't think it's fair to the rest of the people who are submitting stuff that he did 2 adventures in 16 pages. You know what I mean? Because otherwise I would have done A5 as well. Yeah, this is questionable. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. If you are the person who made this, please let me know where you found out you could do 60 pages. 1, if that's something you can do. I would like to know where that was found. 2, if that was something that was said, the jam page should have been changed. I get that 11 by... I get when you turn it sideways is 2 pages. I get when I take this thing and I put it into a 2-page view spread that you get that many pages, right? I get that. And I viewed actual size. This is obviously an A5. Yeah, I know what control art is. I understand that. But it is that 8.8 and a quarter technically by 11 and a half. Correct. But this is a big adventure. We can argue back and forth about A5 and A4 and which one is technically less real estate. When you are doing this, it's not less real estate. It's just not. You're doing a different font size. You're cramming things in. Like, this is crammed full of stuff. Crammed. Am I wrong? Like, just first glance, everyone. I love that they have some art in here, some pieces in here. I'm going to tell you my initial feelings looking at this doesn't make me happy as one designer to another who is trying to follow the rules. Is that pretty fair to say, everybody? And if they had rules somewhere else, then this isn't their fault. I wish Baron and them would have said something. All right. Let's look at this. This adventure series is designed for Weird Tales Game Jam using randomly assigned covers of the Weird Tale publications from 1926 to 1928, 1948, from September, November, and September. I was drawn to the 48 cover as my initial inspiration, choosing the Whipwhirl folklore. Yeah, I mean, I could open it up and edit it and tell you everything about it. Like, we can literally do that, but that's not the point of me reviewing these. So, just a little cheeky, man. We'll see. Maybe he found out something we don't know. And if so, bravo to them. There's 2 adventures in here. It's a lot. So let's see how this goes. All right. I'm looking at notes that I have on the left-hand side. I'm typing some separate things for myself here off screen. Mr. ACATLAN made me think of a selfish evil man and what the woman would go through to get revenge. I also took inspiration from the name and envisioned a lost magical city that was destroyed because of dangerous and prideful ruler who would be poignant in what kind of magical secrets could be hidden in the buried ruins. The blog really came into being when I found and read the Bird of Space story and wondered, what if an alien was an elemental fae and the powers over the very earth and stone that could pass through it all? I was really trying to strive for a claustrophobic adventure with a strong sense of impending doom and calamity. Crashing down on the crawlers at any moment. I broke the adventure up between 2 adventure booklets for easy digestion, which, that's smart. I do agree with this. And as an enticement for further exploration of the ruins of ACATLAN with me, this is an adventure that could easily morph into a mini campaign as part of the Survive. Worse than ACATLAN Ridge has now to throw them. And well, so like, I'm gonna say this out of the gate. Again, I know I'm my own person judging this. I am not a fan of word salad when I'm running an adventure. I also, and this is just my take, I also feel that the assignment for the game jam was to create a weird tale adventure. Right? And from my understanding is it's supposed to be 8 pages in Acrobat. That was what I had read from something that was posted from someone working on the game design. I think it's in the comments or in the community forum post or something like that. This is a lot. This is a lot. There's a lot of stuff to go over. I appreciate they're trying to give more to the person downloading it, but to the people who need to review this, it's a lot. Looks like they did everything. Artwork sourced from free online AI tools, so they've done their assignment here. This is all part of that assignment, so good on them for that. Let's look at their weird tales. I'm curious to see what their weird tales look like. We got Unique Magazine, Mystery of ACATLAN, Weird Tales, Bird of Space, Weird Tales, what does this one say? Harding Bradbury. That's a really weird looking picture. I kind of like that. A little more of that body horror that I enjoy. You can see that he's got part 2, the Necropolis. Part 3 is coming soon. So they're going to be making more than one. At least, look, these people, they're dedicated. The Fall. Local folklore and legends tell of a bastion of magical wonders and riches, both malevolent and benign. This is the same thing we've read before. This is where it's different. And this is on their page for like why to buy. Warnings fill children's storybooks, caution against the using magic wisely, unless you wish to suffer the same fate as the ancient elves of ACATLAN lost in a single night as the wails of the whip whirlwills drown out their helpless screams. Look, these are called whips from now on. I'm not saying that every time. The fabled Flame King of ACATLAN had angered the old gods of blood and stone. In his noble hubris, he came with the title and powerless of the Sun King. Okay, so we're getting some sun stuff is a concept for this. Ruler above all, even gods, so the gods mustered the last of their waning power to destroy the city and its king, leaving no soul or trace of the great city for anyone to find. Layout-wise, this entire table, this whole thing, layout-wise, needs to be smaller. This is a big kind of... The margins aren't right. Maybe center things that are like this single source here. That's just some tips, not a diss. I am glad that they gave us a rumor table. Flame King is immortal and slumbers somewhere. The whip steals souls and drives you mad. Ghoulish cannibals, okay. I'm not seeing any indicators of monsters and how they work or how you find them. Which we've seen, and even in the one that was just text, we were seeing that. Mohi speak of the Firnabog, and now Fae turn in the whips to hide from or hunt the wicked. Blackgate is a portal. No one is sure when it was built. The Mohi fear the wrath of the Firnabog and avoid their carved stone circles. So we got some cool landmarks, leaving goat's milk out. This is some nice local lore. I do like local lore and stuff. I really do. And that's the Firbolg and whips to garner the flavor. So last watch. This is just so much reading. Wild and untamed, ACATLAN Ridge and Black Hills are rife with monsters. Civilization has once begun more and spread through the ridge as an industrious and foolhardily seek out their fortunes. One such place is gather supplies and muster courage. The last watch. They need one word. It's one word but capitalized. Must be a mistake. I'm curious if it's supposed to be 2 words. Oh, the title's not. I guess the title's 1 word, right? Must just be a misprint or mistype. A small fortified village nestled at the foot of the hill. So we know this is a fortified village at the foot of the Black Hills. Along with Rat River and a village with more watering holes than homes. So it's Wisconsin. It must be Milwaukee. Lots of watering holes and places to drink because we need it out here. Yes, serving hands. will-o-wisps. That's a long-term inside joke. So we got a couple more tables here. We have the Last Watch rumors. So this is that Last Watch area. Terrell Brothers are penniless bandits that discovered a hoard of treasure in the hills. So these motherfuckers are rich all of a sudden. Don Daryl Terrell purchased his dukedom with a diamond the size of a walnut and 3 wagons full of coal. Very specific. I kind of like the goofiness. I'm not digging this music though. This music sucks. There we go. Let's see here. The extra carriage returns give me a nervous tick. Yeah, right. I know. Here's a diamond the size of walnut, and then 3 wagons of coal. You must take the wagons of coal as well, so I can burn your fucking village down. Like, there's something bad in there. There's something bad. There's no way it's good. Then we have Donjela fled the Black Gold Mine 3 days ago with 2 other survivors. Since their arrival, the other 2 went mad with fear and have had to be manacled and jailed for. So something, people are getting crazy. Don Terrell believes that one of his merely a labor dispute over an organized conspiracy by his brothers to push him out of the mine that they dug with their own hands. So we got some like family bullshit in this one. Other groups have taken up Don Darrow's offer, but none have returned. The locals have taken to calling Black Gold the Haunted Hollow. So we got another nickname. The Job. Don Darrell Terrell, the new Duke of Mirkwood Marsh, has fled his home in Black Gold Mine. He's placed a bounty of 1 gold per head. One gold per head? That's it, boy? That's all you can afford? On his rebellious laborers, including his treacherous brother. This guy should be worth more. His treacherous brothers, these dudes should be worth more gold, man. Because they should be boss people. Worth more gold. That's my thoughts. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody. And is looking for brave souls who venture the Hollow and secure his property and deal swift justice to those who try to kill him. Okay. So we had 3 pages of setup. 3 pages. 3 pages so far. Because there was a bunch on the page on the title page. Traveling the Rat River. Is this Burt Reynolds? No. Do you know who that looks like? That looks like Highlander. That looks like Sean Connery. That looks like a black and white version of Sean Connery. It's specifically from Highlander. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Actually, hold on. Hold on here. Here we go, people. Tell me, it ain't him. Yeah? Eh? Right? Oh, anyway. I'm just saying, it sure seems like it. I'm fine with it. I just think it's funny. I love casting, especially in modern games. I love casting actors in a role so you know who you're looking at. I think it's fun. I do it all the time. Roll for random encounter and route for every 2 hours they take during the journey. Either way, the feeling of being stalked or hunted never really goes away during the trek up river. The only problem I have with this is it's going to slow down the adventure so much. And if you are stalking your people the entire time they are on the river, you're going to run into, and this is I think there's a couple key things in running a game, and pacing is one of the big 3 for me. And if you want them to feel hunted and stalked, having them stop for combat every time doesn't actually feel that way. It's an illusion of being stalked. If they're in combat constantly, as we all know, combat slows everything down in any game. So you got to be really careful with that. We'll see how it plays out here, but roll for a random encounter and route every 2 hours. They're on the river. It takes half a day to march up to Rat River to get to the Hollow. And then while they're en route, if it's half day, that's 12 hours. That's 6 rolls that you're making. You're rolling 6 encounters. Also, some layout issues here. You got things that are bolded and things that are not bolded through here. Just noticing this. Once they enter, not a knock against them, just in case they watch this later. More like editing notes. Editing notes is what I would say. Once they enter the hollow, they have a sense of foreboding that descends upon them at the party as they have invaded a predator's den. As they begin their search on an abandoned hamlet, roll on the random monster table. So it's a D6. We got a clearing with a picnic blanket and fresh food set out invitingly inside of a fairy ring of carved stones. I would not tell the players that part, or they're never going to get it. Right? No problem. Great seeing you. Thanks for the sub. If you subbed, I know I'm excited too. I gotta be at work. They're gonna be doing the finals. I'm at work. Someone ping me if I make it to the final 5. If I make it to the final 5, I'll be so happy because I didn't know we had to be voted on this way. I thought they were picking. Have a great day though. And if you do find out we could do 16 pages, let me know. Anyone eats food, they're poison. Of course they're poison. 1d4 stingback swarm the party. Gotta have stingbats, right? They're the calling sign of Shadowdark. Wandering weak zombies. How does that... We're on page 5. Hold on. Is there weak zombies in here? I've used this art before. Anyone see weak zombies? Nice. What are you running, by the way? Before you leave, what are you running? You running something fun? Corpse. A corpse zombie swings from a noose. Pitchforks and spears sticking out of it. 6 ghoulish cannibals. You need to tell people where to get these things. This is probably the biggest mistake I'm seeing in this so far. You have a lot of random encounters and things in here, but I'm not seeing where these monsters come from. And if I go through, and I'm just going to do this for one monster, I'm not going to do it for all of them. Like if I go to G, right? There is a ghoul in the book here. Actually, hold on, everybody. Why am I doing this? We'll do it the real way. Okay. All right. Close this, close this, close this, close this, close this. Monsters. Boom. If I go through the monsters here, and I want to point out, this is a black and white book with they used design choices like this for capping, bolding things to really make things stand out. Bold titles at the top so you know what page you're on. They nailed it with this. But we go to G. Okay. There is ghouls. Did I miss it? I passed it, didn't I? There is ghoul, right? But if we look at his, or theirs, I shouldn't say his, we don't know what ghoulish cannibals are, so I guess it's just a description, right? But there's no weak zombies. If I go to, scroll back, let me go to weak zombies here. So there is this here. There's weak weapons, D4 or D6, like if you're building your own, a 1-for-1 monster. Is there anything in here that maybe I missed for weak? So there's no combat roll that's weak. I get the use of the descriptive text, but I'm not seeing, like Pathfinder has the different levels of monsters, but I don't see anything here designating that. So weird choice. I wish these would have been somewhere. If you're going to do that, I don't know what a weak zombie is. Does it mean it has 1 hit point? If somebody knows in the chat, I would love to know because I don't know. I am interested though. So we have some NPCs now. This isn't a D4 table, or are you just giving us? Are these, so we just went through the last watch stuff up here, right? In Black Hills. rumors, job. The job is to go to the marsh. Why are we talking about Last Watch NPCs here? Am I missing how we got back to talking about Last Watch? This just looks like this was here to fill this space because there wasn't room up here. I would rather have seen that here, right? Then I would rather have seen the job on this page instead of the NPCs. Personally. So what do we have here? Katiana, wise old woman in the woods, does not like visitors, likes halflings, surprisingly spry for her advanced age, folklore, inhabitants ward off fae, an elder elven advisor, trade council of the Last Watch. Again, I see this weird capitalization on this one. Okay, polite to a fault, refuses. The Last Watch isn't here. There's a lot of inconsistency in this. This needed another edit pass, really heavily. Again, editing isn't technically part of the 3 things we're looking at, but for understandability, I don't know what we're doing other than going up this for 12 hours, fighting constantly. Our job is to kill rebellious laborers and treacherous brother, but none of those are on this table. So we must get to them afterwards. Elderly advisor, trade council, we're never going to see these people. We're out traveling. Old man Watley, kooky crazy Fiddick. Okay, this could be entertaining. I could like this. You can get some weird stuff out of this if you talk about people getting decapitated and hanging from things. He knows magic and knows more than he should about the Haunted Hollow. Rachel's tutor, Terrence Maverick, Rachel's father, respected businessman. Okay, so now we're into the abandoned hamlet of Black Gold Mine. I guess these pages were set up. I just don't know what the point of this was, because our travel here is to get to the Black Gold Mine. It is not to travel here to get to Last Watch, right? Odd choice of layout there. I'm a little lost. Abandoned hamlet of Black Gold Mine. So these are all the locations. Is there a map? This is the map. I would have put up the color on this and saturated it or inked it. I do like that you hand drew this though. I dig this kind of hand-drawn feel. This also, I'm a big fan of, as a cartographer, I love squares to represent things. I think that's a lot of fun. So what do we got here? Consists of a few hastily constructed buildings clustered along Rat River Run. A small hollow stream connects to the Rat River. There are signs of beginnings of the palisade. The remnants of the recent activity litter the area as people were interrupted in the middle of their work. The soft creak of the mill's water wheel and the faint breeze through the trees are the only sound you hear. There's a malevolent aura, also one of my favorite words, aura that you have felt smothering you since you entered the hollow. We need a way for people to know how to pass this feeling of uncomfortableness on. I know that they thought that this here would do it. Actually, no, not that. Hunted never goes right. This whole section here, that they thought this would do that. I just don't think it does. I think it feels like you're just in combat. Manor house. Recent construction lays. This is too wordy. I really think I would have cut these descriptions down. If we're merging the ways of the old 1920s things, the influence, but we're making Shadowdark. If you look at a Shadowdark adventure, right? Is there one in the back of my book here? Owlbear. I don't know if there's one in the back. Let me just scroll through. There's not. Let me pull up a cursed scroll for reference. And I'm doing this because, again, this is all constructive criticism, not negative. Let's just pull up Cursed Scroll 1. One of my favorites, actually, out of them so far. When you are writing your descriptions for... And we're writing this for Shadowdark. Remember, we're creating for Shadowdark fans and Shadowdark people. So we kind of got to keep not everything. You don't want to copy what Chelsea does or Kelsey does, but you do want to get ideas. But if we scroll into this and we go down the adventure, this is a sample of the adventure. Their first thing is the entry hall. It is bolded. It explains what's going on. Like it's clean. Like it tells you what's going on. What this reminds me of is reading a 5e or a Pathfinder adventure. Very word heavy and trying to give you as much information as possible instead of you making your own decisions. That's my feeling when I start reading this. So a recent construction lays unfurnished. A portion of the south wall has the beginnings of limestone edifice. The building consists of squat 2-story frame with a 3-story tower at the northwest corner. The arched thatched roof. So so for example, this here, all this that they're saying. So this is the manor house. It's number 1. Let's go down to number 1. A little DCC Orion. Yeah. So this is 1. Do you have a compass on here? I don't see a compass. Add a compass right here. Like you want a compass, a cardinal compass. Like if this is your north. Like that is north. If it's northwest, so what did they say it was? Northwest. Actually, here, let me go back. What is this? Page 6? I'm going to make this easier. Page 6, page 9. So page 6. So it says it is in the northwest corner, right? So let's go back. The northwest corner is this here. And that's explaining where that is. But you could have just put that on the map instead of having to use so much space here. You may not have needed 16 pages. You know what I'm saying? If you cut some of this down. The arched thatched roof is unfinished. The soft breeze blows through random bits of detritus in the air. There are 2 entrances to the building with a side entrance showing more use as black coal dust smudges mixed with mud tracks through the mar, temporary wood steps. Okay, so these are all just big descriptive text. I'm not going to read all these. This here should be a different color. It should be, I don't mind that you use a font that is handwritten, but I'd make it bolder and maybe put GM note. It needs to be called out. It's a little hard to read this. And like if we're looking at this as a smaller book and we go back to the actual view size here, hold on here. This is view, actual size. Imagine trying to read that in a book. You know how hard that is to read? This needs to be a bolder font, I think. Bolder font, or different font, because it is hard to read at this size. And when I'm doing markups like this in this, I don't like to mark every little thing. If I'm doing a grammar pass or someone's grammar pass, yes, fucking redline the shit out of it. It should look like high school homework, right? Like I should be offended by the amount of red. But this kind of stuff, what I want to do is just as a general note, most of the descriptive text could be moved to the map to mark things. Maybe even a different layer that could be turned on and off for the GM. You're using too much real estate. A bunkhouse. So choose the bunkhouse. Also, now that I'm like getting to here, I would rather have seen parts of the map on this page, similar to what we saw in the really clean and concise one where it was the going through the Emerald Temple, where they were bringing the map in a page so you knew where you were as you were reading this. I think that's really important. In smaller adventures, it's usually in the front cover, so it's easy to flip. Like if you, for example, actually I don't need to do this. We have it pulled up. If you look at Cursed Scroll and you go up to the beginning, Right after the first page, the next page is the map, so you can always flip back to it, right? So something to think about as you're designing. I think you should have added those to the map to make it easier to read as you're doing. Clearly hastily constructed longhouse style. So what is the point of us being here? We are looking for the people who fucked over the guy we're working for. So we got a wisdom check again. I would have bolded that part. This here should be bolded, just so it stands out more. You're bolding everything else. Don't be afraid to bold things in Shadowdark and type to make sure that it's, when you're scanning this much text, it's easy to find the things. Like, for example, you did it with the zombie here. I would also do it for some of your checks just to make them easier to see. You have to, this is so hard as a designer. You have to get out of your own head and like what you want on the page. And you have to step back. I like to do a design pass where I look at it from the person running its point of view. I wish I would have got to do that more on the one I did even. But you want them to look at it and go, are they going to understand what I'm doing here on just an initial pass? Because only a really dedicated fan is going to read through this much writing for you. Or a reviewer. The single entrance is slightly ajar. Yep, okay. So if search DC 12 wisdom check to spot that there is a loose floorboard in the far corner that has a hidden cache of 10 gold. So you're giving some money out. The mill, central building of the hamlet, is limestone foundation, supports a large wooden water wheel that creaks and moans as it turns in constant flow in Rat River Run. The mill smells of faint tree sap, sawdust, and barley. Remains only moving object in the hamlet. The mill is vacant and can be secured easily if needed. Well, so there's like a little fallback area. That can be kind of cool. Let's go back to page 9 now. So the mill was where? 3. I said this before. I would love a option in Acrobat where if you had 2 pages that you're flipping back and forth between, you could just quick mark one so you could just go back and forth between 2 pages. Or maybe you can make bookmarks down the side. Not full bookmarks, but just like hotspot marks. I think that would be really great. So 3. But, you know, Photoshop and Adobe don't reinvent the wheel because they don't have any competition. 3. So this is 3. So this can be easily secured. Okay, that's kind of cool. So you can take this over and use it. I love this little ridge thing he's drawn here. I like there's some good bones in the map here. Black Gold Pub. A crude carved sign hangs over the door. A small cluster of interconnected shacks, calling this place the Black Pub. Boom. Should have just stopped there. That should have been it. Super Bark is a comfortable and well-used quality. Again, you could just say here to shorten it for Shadowdark style. You could say a fieldstone chimney, like legitimately. It is, Tiffany. Don't get me mad about it. Don't get me mad about fucking Adobe, man. Good to see you, Tiff. So I think that this is something you could do, but I think you cut this down. Like if I had to, let me just mark this. I want to write this out for myself. Let me see if I can do this quickly and succinctly. That's the word I was looking for. A little more succinctness. So I would do like fieldstone chimney, comma, stripped log seats, smoke in the air, a smoky room, smoky room. And I had to put this in parentheses. And I would have done that for my descriptor, like to describe this. Shorten, I'm going to put a note here. And again, this is all just to make each other better at what we do. I don't want to do this. Shorten the visual aspects of the room. You want it to be concise and bite-sized. This whole, like, you only remember 5 fucking things. This is, I'm not going to remember shit out of this. Like, honestly, if I was going to do this, the thing I would want is interconnected shacks, right? I would want to know fieldstone chimney. That's 2 words. And then I would want logs, stripped, and seats. Like, it's just too much. Inside, there's a series of small interconnecting rooms with benches. So he's trying to give a description of the room. That's it. I would have just left it here. Boom. Done. The corpse of a zombie, portly man. I love that mistake. That is adorable. I know it was on purpose. It's just fun. With a prominent pitchfork protruding from his chest. All of this is okay. The corpse bears a resemblance to Don Dareth. Okay? His face is contorted in a pain and deathful grimace. So here's the important part. If anyone gets in too close to the range and inspect the body, the corpse will lunge and try to grapple a person. If the pitchfork is removed, the corpse will lunge at the nearest target. DC 12 dex to dodge. If he's still pinned, DC 15 if the pitchfork is removed. This is a cool little piece. It's a little wordy, but you could still use it. I do think, again, this font is making me struggle, and I got this 192%. Farmhouses. Well, each farmhouse has a minor unique qualities. They are largely indistinguishable. This is smart. This is a great kind of like, I think this is where you put in a table. I would have had a table for farmhouses with randomly put pieces in here. So like I would put like thatch roof house, hole in ceiling, double door barn, and had a table there. I think that would have been a really smart use of farmhouses. You could be like, they're all minor. Here's unique qualities. Boom, 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 boom. And you could have laid that out in a table. Those are the things that like sing in a Shadowdark game. But that's just me. Actually, it's not just me. That's just true. That's just true. It sings in Shadowdark when they do that stuff. If you don't have Knave as somebody who is writing and designing stuff, I highly recommend this book. This book will teach you that no matter what you're writing, you can be more concise. This little bitch right here, it is just polished to a mere finish. I think this should be in every GM's arsenal. I think that this is one of those books of our generation for tabletop RPGs. I truly do. You don't even have to run the game, just the tables in it. It's a magical piece. It really is. Sorry, Ben. Pimping your shit. Random wandering monster, 1d4 wandering zombies. Again, this should be italicized or something specific. Yes, Orion, I agree. It is a genius piece of work. I'm really also a big fan of Zach Sabbath stuff. I know there's a lot of shade thrown at that guy. Take the shade aside. He's an amazing creator. For example, you can be mad about the stuff he does, or you don't like his personality. But I would tell you the same thing about Michael Jackson, and you still listen to his shit. You got to separate the art from the artist sometimes, and this is one of those cases. Vornheim, Maze of the Blue Medusa, genius pieces of work. I would love to see more from him in the future. Like the guy or not, or believe or don't believe what he did, the work does stand on its own. It is fantastic. Stingbats again. I don't think you needed a second wandering monster table for here. Maybe you could have just done, like we have this one back here. Wilby Hall is an inspiration. Fact, Orion. Fact, it's so fucking good, man. Teachers, baby. They know how to make good game design stuff. Some of my favorite designers are all teachers. Tim Hitchcock is a teacher out of New York and one of my favorite adventure designers of all fucking time. If you've never read any of Tim's work, that dude is a monster. He is so good. Nick Logue, an amazing game designer, yet again. A teacher for theater, really cool. He wrote Hook Mountain Massacre. There's a book of Hook Mountain Massacre for the second AP for Pathfinder back in the day that's all redlined because they couldn't print some of the stuff that he put in it. But there's some inspirations. It's weird how names aren't remembered as like writers anymore. It's kind of weird. But those are just the people I love. And again, what I was going to say is this big fucking table of random encounters you have. I think you could have just done a random encounter table for all of this section. I don't know. It's just a little out of place to me. It does break up the word salad a little bit, though. Again, it says use ghouls. You could have cut this down, got rid of this line, done ghoul, bolded, italicized it, and they would have known to use ghouls for it. What is this? I wanted to like Knave, but I still can't get past how the chaos went down. So it's sitting on my shelf. Well, what do you mean how the chaos went down? Did something happen? I don't know. The Kickstarter did great. And I got the PDF. It deserves every merit. It took a long time to make that book. Did something happen with the Kickstarter, Ryan, that I'm unaware of? Kickstarters are weird anyway, but don't get me into that. I did a lot of contracting for Kickstarter. Let's talk about Pixel Dice. I know some in the audience will get mad. All right, so the next page, 7. The outdoor pens around the farmhouses where the few chickens, goats would have been held, have been trampled, scattered feathers. Okay, this is a big written thing. This is so hard to read. I'm sighing because I want to be able to read this. Hidden cache, DC 15 int, check will find hidden cache. Ryan, if you go through my catalog, I do a walkthrough of Knave and why I like it. Maybe that'll change your mind. It's somewhere in my catalog of things. I think it's one of the shorter videos. Just type Knave in. Triggered. You're welcome. So hidden cache behind. This person likes hidden caches. Loose stone in the fireplace consisting of 10 gold. 1 acorn size, immersion. So, like, imagine if you took all these hidden caches ideas and just made a table for that at the bottom. There was like in any room, there's a possible hidden cache. Roll on these 2 random tables. Break that information down into randomness so replayability is there. Yeah, no problem, Ryan. Absolutely. It's not very long. It's like 10 to 20 minutes. Randomized spells is one of the coolest things in that fucking book. This could have been. I'm gonna note this actually. I think all these random caches should be put into a fun, creative, dual column table. Dual 2 column. Let's put 2. 2 column table. So you can roll the hiding spot and what is in it. Done. I think that's a great, elegant solution to this. One of the farmhouses shows signs of recent activity. Okay, so finally we got a house that we have to go to. The only thing of value found here is Rachel's diary. I think another thing that would be helpful for this is we're here to hunt people down. And I think to hunt the people down, I would have loved if each one of these locations had just an indicator, like maybe even at the end of the title, because you're not using a lot of graphics, although I would have used a graphic with like an explosion next to it or something that indicates people are here for you to find. I think that would have been important, dealing with the fact that you're here to hunt people and that is your goal. And so far, I am 6 locations in and no one to bring back unless that zombie counts. I really feel like my hunt that I'm supposed to be doing can't be satiated. Also, I think you missed the mark. You're giving gold out for kills. I think this could have been a really good hunt scenario where you gave experience out for each person killed. You could do the gold too, but you could have done XP for each kill that you got because that is the point of this. Really cool format. If you haven't seen that in Shadowdark, it's awesome. Barn warehouse. The barn is the largest building in the hamlet and consists of a roof, half-constructed walls with fieldstone foundation. You could have done something earlier where everything says everything's fieldstone foundation, because I think almost all of them have been so far. Beat up old wagon. That's a nice little piece of text. Old wagon. Beat up old wagon. Like that. Creative. It oozes a little bit of time passing and what's going on. When searched, the barrels are full of building supplies like forged iron nails, pitch and a large bag of flour. Great. I don't know what I mean, if I'm fighting ghosts, maybe. Evacuation site beyond the barn and near hillock raising up just east of the hamlet is an evacuation site. Nothing more than a large pit dug 5 foot deep into the side of the hillock. On closer inspection, you see out of the place the smooth green stone surface. Good description. Should have just used that. And an ancient structure with a circular opening at the bottom. There's a lot of words. Again. Ladder leans against the side of the opening. So it looks like it's a pit. So like you've explained the version and then you have something here. The pit is pitch black. With a DC 12 wisdom check, you can tell that there are the sound of movement and the dark far below as if figures are shuffling around the debris. And the debris and glass. Again, this here, I think you could have put torch rules. This is a chance to like wet or snuff out a torch, because that's a very important mechanic in Shadowdark. Just something. The stone carved fairy ring. So we got a second fairy ring. Situated near the east edge of the 10-acre wood is a fairy circle of ornately carved green stones, roughly 15 foot. Anytime I hear ornately carved green stones, here's what I think of, everybody. Some of you will know immediately. I think of anything from Goop. I think of all their green stones, their jade, anything from Goop is what I think of. And I specifically think of this jade egg for $66. This is what I think of every time when I think of green, elaborate green stuff. Sorry, I just can't get over it. I always think about all the shade that was thrown around the Iron Man time frame with her playing Pepper Potts. They can't be super hard to read unless you bold them or you put a drop shadow behind them. There are some tricks. There are some tricks to it. The grass is lush and vibrant, and the circle is surrounded with beautiful wildflowers and mushrooms. Inspecting the circle shows that the stones have been in place for a very long time. Now, there's a overturned stoned bowl in the center of the circle. Okay. What? Does it do something? What's the point of it? This is the second one. Yeah, it is, Ryan. It's the girl who played Pepper Potts in Iron Man. I don't know if it's a scam, but it's a celebrities thing. It just makes me fucking laugh. I don't know what this carved fairy stone is for. Did I miss something? It just... I guess my question would be, under inspecting, what purpose does the ring have to the adventure? Do we come back? Like, I don't know what this is for. And then the 10-acre wood. As if name believes, the 10-acre wood is a woodlot that encompasses most of the haunted hollows that abuts the Mirkwood Marsh. There are signs of recent logging and edges near it. Then we got Rachel's diary. This is way too hard to read, my friend. Night, Orion. I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Good luck. Hopefully your stuff does well. I know it's a long one. I just said I'd be doing this either on screen or off screen anyway. I can't read this. This is annoying. This is the first time I'm going to say something slightly negative. When you made this, did you read over this and go, this looks good, because you were reading at, what is this, 400%? So you could get your 16 pages? So hard. So hard. Yeah, dude. Venture was awesome, Ryan. Keep in touch. Hit me up on Discord. Erik Frankhouse presents everywhere, man. Hit me up on Discord or pop over into mine if you want. About to talk. I do interviews and stuff as well, so maybe we'll talk in the future. I need to know. To get through this, we got to go back. We're going to go back into the den here. I have to pull out the zombie dust. I have made a decision while reading through this, and I will get to that in a minute. I have questions that I would like to know as well. So let's see here. Rachel was forced into marriage. This is always actually a good way to do a forced marriage or arranged marriage. Causes a lot of emotional context and emotional, like real emotion in people. Dareth was terrible, evil man to her. That's horrible. Brothers, blah, blah, blah. We haven't met any of these people. Patient, desperation, fairy poke. So this gives you like a layout of everything here. I would tear this up and I would give them one of these pages at the start of the adventure to give incentive to look into what's going on. Right? Like, in general, players should find a piece of this right out of the gate to incentivize their purpose for doing this stuff. Maybe they don't want to work for the big bad, right? The one thing I don't understand, though, is this is Rachel's diary. And if we remember correctly, if we circle back, because I am reading this, right? They find her journal back here somewhere. Like, hold on here. Mary Rachel, so that's the first inference. And this one, let me try journal or diary. The only thing of value found here is Rachel's diary. So this is in one of the farmhouses. Which one is this? And the farmhouses. Which farmhouse? Like the one major farmhouse? Yeah, this is a little too diluted and lost in here. I know I'm on Facecam. I'm looking for something right now. So what I was looking at here is this is Rachel's diary. The only other representation of it is here that we found. And the only thing you find is that one of the farmhouses shows this. But remember, if we go back up here, if this GM was to describe indistinguishable from any other and their placement in the hamlet, they're just small one-room cottages, they could be searching here forever for this diary. And this is a very important piece of the puzzle. And if you don't find it, you don't get any of this. This needed to be forefront. Hardcore. The monsters. Oh, that's what they are. They're bird people. Warp wheels are people. Okay, that's cool. Nerdabog, that's cool. I like this art. I've used that before too. Terrifying psychopomp. That's what they are. Psychopomps. Willing to guard the invaders. So we got some monsters in here. You did not follow formatting. Look, man. This is important. When you are doing this, you need to bold the individual pieces instead of just cut and pasting, because, and the reason I'm saying this is it helps the eyes be guided to the different pieces. If you look at a premium Shadowdark, just any monster, I'll just scroll. We'll stop on one. Drow. Follow this stat block, and you'll see that the stat blocks do change. This line here changes, right? Because sometimes there's more room or less room depending on how many attacks. But I think you need to have that kind of boldness to help with this. Charisma? Oh. This is powerful for a level 4. Good luck. Abyssal Maw. These psychopomps are dangerous. You have invisibility? Wow. And transform bird whirlpool. Rachel. This is Rachel. Okay. Fernabog. Gray-faced creatures. Those are the Fey ones that we talked about. Grounded hostile. Rachel. Teriel. This is good. She's alive, it looks like, and she's got magical powers. And again, I would love to see this map inked. I love the call out box. Like, this is great. This is great. Like, it shows forethought. I like the little scratched out vine. I like the 10, the meters. Is that meters? 30 foot. Okay, they did put bows. Your greatest enemy is within yourself. Beware, it never gets close. And then we got random magical item loot. This is a fun table, right? But right now, I want to point this out. We are already at 10 pages in this. And I know he said Acrobat 8. And I love the stuff that's in here. Scarab, Jewel Goblet. Like, these are fun pieces. This is all fun. If some of those words were cut down and you were to clean up these, you could get more out of them. Also, all of your magical items have the benefit too. Like, you were smart, but you didn't bold this again to make it easier to read. And it is about making it presentable. And you have these extra rival crawlers, which is cool. Random treasure tables. You obviously look through the book, and these are fun. But this is 10 pages of 16. And then we get into a second adventure. I am not reviewing the second adventure. I'm making this call myself. I will review this as if it was these, and accidentally you put out an extra piece. If someone can find that it's there, but even without reading the rest of the adventure, I have final thoughts ready for this. I really, really do. So let's go back here. I'm going to do my little brain dump here because I want to get my thoughts down before I say my kind of last piece on this for the brain dump. Let me unlink this. God, no, damn it. Why is this shrunk? All right. No. So here's the things that come to mind. Basic layout issues. Not even layout. Basic formatting issues. It's 16 pages. It should be 8. I think that this is a mistake. Even if you were told that stuff, I wouldn't have risked it. Instead, I would have made one 8 pages, and I would have made the other one its own PDF in there and made them separate for the game journal, like for the game jam. I would have made one and then made a separate one that just said, hey, here's the separate one so you can continue on. Very, very too many words. This was a word salad. And I know what my goal was, but I didn't think at any point in time I was fighting these people or killing these people that I was sent out. Like, the whole purpose at the beginning of it was 1 gold per head. And I didn't see them in anywhere. And I didn't see them in, unless I missed it, the random table, just ghouls. And if the ghouls are his old people, do those count? Like, you kind of want to call that out. Maybe I missed that, but this is a hard adventure to run out of the gate. I feel like there is some point A to point B pieces missing. Now, with that said, I think you have a good concept here. I just think it needs to be reworked, touched up, and given some love. And I think with that love, you could get something really good out of this. I mean, you've already got 2 of them done, but this first one, I feel like I'm not, like, if I pull it back up, I'm not doing my goal anywhere here. Like, your setup page, your inspiration, you gave me what I'm looking for. You have these. I understand where this setup came from for here, right? Part 1 and part 2 are independent publications. Like, we know that. But, like, I get where this comes from. But why? What is the second cover? Are you using it? Or are you only using 1? I love that you're announcing you're making another one. I think you should go back and polish up these other 2 first. Then you got a nice 3-part adventure. The rumor tables are great. Last watch is where you're starting. Your GM, your NPCs are on the page after, but you're already traveling by that point. This needs to be up here. So there's just some layout and flow issues. But I think you have a cool concept. And I think that this concept with just like another pass or 2, you could have something awesome. I don't know how many adventures you've done. If this is your first time, I am not judging. Again, positive criticism only, constructive only. I have a lot of notes in here, and you have some cool things. Just cut some of the words down, reformat where you have some stuff with that new space that you have. Look at inking your map. Your map is grand. I actually really like the map. I think this old school style of like what I would have drawn in my, like, look, man, my solo dark game, I'm using a Mead notebook that I've dressed up to make it feel like it. And my notes in here feel the same way. They're, you know, they're notes. But when you're presenting it to send to people, you need a little bit more cleanliness for what you're doing. Oops, let's knock something over. Yeah, I'll get it later. You need a little more cleanliness for what you're doing. Don't forget to put a cardinal rose. Everyone forgets. Even as a cartographer, I forgot before. I like this stuff, though. This gives you a good idea. And honestly, I think I would move this to the second page so you see it right away. So people have an idea when they look at it where they are in the adventure. So let's do what we did for all the other ones. Let's go back over. Let's give them the review. Let's give them the time frame. I think that they have a chance to make something out of this. Let's go to here. Nobody's commented yet, so I'm happy I'm the first commenter. Oh wait, I can't do it here. Shit. Oh, nope. I need to rate it. Where is the rating? Can I not rate it? Is the rating closed? Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Let me find my cut and paste for YouTube. There we go. Great bones here. Inked. But shine even more. I like the inspiration. And after the game jam, this deserves a second pass to make it all, to set you up. Second pass to set up this trilogy. A great time, for a fun time. I will say it is 16 pages. It was 16 pages. I know it was a smaller size, but this is a lot of content. And I do believe that it's too much. This is supposed to be an adventure. An adventure. Now, if I could spell today. Like, it's just too much. I'm gonna click buttons and watch this yell at me. There we go. So that's my review for this one. Let's give it ratings. Effective use of the weird tales. I mean, yes, I think they did do that. Well enough, but I didn't read the second adventure and I shouldn't have to read 2 to do this. Usability, practicality, and playability of the game. I think this is a hard run. Unfortunately. There's just a lot going on, and I think they have some creative stuff in here, but it is difficult to run it. Not impossible, but you need to have ran stuff before to make this sing, I think. Overall atmosphere and feel. I do like the atmosphere and feel. I like the horror elements of it. I think it's good. I'm going to save the ratings. I'm being honest with this. I'm not hiding behind anything just so people can see it, because I think that is important. And that's my comment for this one. So it's a little... Yes, Y2 modules. So I'm not the only one saying this. So that's that. I do have to do one more. I don't want to do it tonight. It is late, everybody. But I do want to view what my next project is going to be. And I got the Hand of Calatrure. This is going to be my next one that I have to do. I am going to download it here. Maybe I'll review. Maybe I'll do this one live. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow before work if I have time. They take about an hour to go through for these. But I don't want to do the disservice of doing this when I have been up all day and running this stuff, right? It do be late. It do be late. So I'm going to save it for now. I will review this, though, before the deadline. Even if I could do it by myself, I do want to go over to the Game Jam really quick and just kind of wrap some stuff up here. There's a few things about the Game Jam in general I want to talk about that isn't this. I am excited to review this one. I love this art. Little like Jokerish. So let me pull open the Weird Tales in another tab. Let's talk for a minute here, everybody. There's a few things. One, I'm really excited that they're doing this Game Jam. I think it's fun. I don't think that they explained well enough that we had to review these things, and I didn't know until the last day, and that is disappointing. I would like to have known more of what I needed to review to make sure that I fulfill my due diligence. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't get a chance to really do what I wanted to do for this. And then they're doing the final judging on the 31st at 7 p.m. So that means that these close and they're taking the top 5 and raw dogging it and going through them. And I need to make... I'm not going to be able to see this, unfortunately, because 7 is 6 my time. I'll be deep into work. But I won't... I don't know how many people had the time to review all this stuff, to get enough actual reviews out. I wish there was a week of review cycle, maybe even the weekend for the review cycle. That's my personal thing. 122 entries is amazing. This really does a lot for Shadowdark in general. I would do a Game Jam again in a heartbeat. I had a lot of fun designing mine. I hope people run it. I hope people have fun. If you're going to be at a convention coming up, I will be at GameholeCon next in October. And if you see me and I have time and you want me to run my adventure for you, hit me up. For those of you who would like me to look through your stuff, maybe I'll do a couple more of these just for the fuck of it. I see a couple people have messaged me after the show, and I'm going to take a look at some of the ones that are out there. I think it'll be fun. And the person who asked me to review theirs, I ended up reviewing on the stream anyway, which was super random, and I couldn't have planned that shit if I wanted to. So I hope you guys had fun with this. I hope you entered the Game Jam. If you didn't, please go and support the people who are doing this stuff. They put a lot of work in this, and there's a lot of us doing it. So one more time, this is the submission page. I will also put it down in the show notes afterwards. This is the Game Jam. Pick up as many of these as you can. I put an E. Pick as many of these as you can. Grab as many of them that you like. Look at the artwork. Pick up the ones you don't. You'll be surprised what you get out of this. There's a lot of brand new designers in here, and everyone deserves a chance. And honestly, if you're going to play some Shadowdark, who knows what you get out of this? I've already seen a couple that have classes and ancestries in it. One has an explorer. I'm a big fan of. Let me see if I can find it here quickly. It's very Dr. Seuss. The internal art for it is. Let me go from popularity. Because I know it did really well in the popular vote. This one here, the Amber Doom, gorgeous. Super fun. I really like what this is, and I think it crushes layout and design. It's a pretty bitch. It's a really pretty bitch. It's so cool. Do I have it here? Maybe I have it downloaded. I would love to open this to close out, just to give an example of something that I am excited to have other people see. You just put in Amber. Here it is. I'm going to open this up. We are going to look at this really quick. I'm just going to scroll through. Just scrolling through to close the show. This is a wonderful, wonderful adventure that's pulp for 3rd levels. Great art. I'm pretty sure this company has put some other stuff out. It gets it. It did a layout. 3-column, really clean. But check this out, everyone. When you scroll through this, you get into this like Dr. Seuss, whimsical looking page that I love. Then you get into it on the second page is this 2-page spread. You get into this fun color gambit with great random tables in here. I think this is a really, really sexy 8-page piece, and even has a little map. They get it. And while this is very wordy, it is in a larger format in 3-column. It is pretty concise and to the point. I highly recommend this one as well. And my popularity went up. I hit 4. I was like dead last, so I'm super happy to see I've made it somewhere with this. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on this. And maybe tomorrow before I go to work at noon, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, I'll review the last one that I have here as well, because I only got 20 hours left. And I promise I will get all 3 done. And I'll do it live. Fuck it, I'll do it live tomorrow. We'll boot it up. We'll do it quick. We'll jump right into it. Everyone deserves that review. So that's it for me tonight, everybody. I hope you had fun with this. And if you watch this live, on each side at the end, if you're watching it later, is going to have a video to watch. Probably going to be the Shadowdark review, or maybe one of my solo dark adventures. And then there will be my lovely please subscribe. We're trying to hit 500. I make tons of content. I've been around the block for a long time. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you to all the new people as well. Share the word, and let's make Shadowdark everything it deserves to be. Night, everybody.